Industri hadir untuk menunjang Universitas Hasanuddin menjadi Academic Entrepreneurial.
Faculty of Marine Science and Fisheries improving coastal welfare and ecosystem through science and innovation.
Located in the eastern part of Indonesia, with large marine wealth, Hasanuddin University committed to prepare capable human resources in the field of marine and fisheries research for business and industrial interests. Since founded in 1996, the Faculty of Marine Science and Fisheries, Hasanuddin University, has produced thousands of fisheries.
Faculty of Marine Science and Fisheries improving coastal welfare and ecosystem through science and innovation.
Located in the eastern part of Indonesia, with large marine wealth, Hasanuddin University committed to prepare capable human resources in the field of marine and fisheries research for business and industrial interests. delivery of quality, both academic and non-academic services, we provide staff and lecturers anytime students need. Study in Faculty of Marine Science and Fisheries, Hasanuddin University, will bring you an international atmosphere of research and experiences. Welcome to Faculty of Marine Science and Fisheries.
Welcome to Hasanuddin University.
The leading institutions in Indonesia in the field of marine and fisheries. Our vision is a referral center for the development of management of coastal and marine resources in 2030. The Faculty of Marine Science and Fisheries has two majors, Marine and Fisheries Science.
My impression as a student in Faculty of Marine Science and Fisheries is that I'm so happy for being able to learn about a very unique science. And also, from the beginning since I studied here, I often meet students from different universities because we also know that this faculty have so many joint research in national, even international scale.
I was impressed by academic condition in graduate school program of Marine Science and Fisheries faculty, mostly because competent and kind lecturers as well as quiet environment.
In order to create high-quality learning process, this faculty is supported by adequate learning facilities.
At first, it felt so exciting and also such an honor to me to study in one of the top university in Indonesia, which has the experts to help the student to focus on the program.
Most of our lecturers are overseas graduates and internationally recognized in research experiences. This faculty has produced graduates who are now well established as managers, conservationists, researchers, and lecturers.
As a PhD student at this Faculty of Marine Science and Fisheries at Hasanuddin University, I have had access to a truly global scientific community, as well as amazing biodiversity in the seas around us here.
To maximize the delivery of quality, both academic and non-academic services, we provide staff and lecturers anytime students need. Study in Faculty of Marine Science and Fisheries, Hasanuddin University, will bring you an international atmosphere of research and experiences. Welcome to Faculty of Marine Science and Fisheries.
Welcome to Hasanuddin University.
Faculty of Marine Science and Fisheries improving coastal welfare and ecosystem through science and innovation.
Located in the eastern part of Indonesia with large marine wealth, Hasanuddin University committed to prepare capable human resources in the field of marine and fisheries research for business and industrial interests. Since founded in 1996, the Faculty of Marine Science and Fisheries, Hasanuddin University, has produced thousands of alumni and has grown to become one of the leading institutions in Indonesia in the field of marine and fisheries. Our vision is a referral center for the development of management of coastal and marine resources in 2030. The Faculty of Marine Science and Fisheries has two majors, Marine and Fisheries Science.
My impression as a student in Faculty of Marine Science and Fisheries is that I'm so happy for being able to learn about a very unique science. And also, from the beginning since I studied here, I often meet students from different universities because we also know that this faculty have so many joint research in national, even international scale.
I was impressed by academic condition in graduate school program of Marine Science and Fisheries faculty, mostly because competent and kind lecturers as well as quiet environment.
In order to create high-quality learning process, this faculty is supported by adequate learning facilities.
First, it felt so exciting and also such an honor to me to study in one of the top university in Indonesia, which has the experts to help the student to focus on the program.
Most of our lecturers are overseas graduates and internationally recognized in research experiences. This faculty has produced graduates who are now well established as managers, conservationists, researchers, and lecturers.
As a PhD student at this Faculty of Marine Science and Fisheries at Hasanuddin University, I have had access to a truly global scientific community, as well as amazing biodiversity in the seas around us here.
To maximize the delivery of quality, both academic and non-academic services, we provide staff and lecturers anytime students need. Study in Faculty of Marine Science and Fisheries, Hasanuddin University, will bring you an international atmosphere of research and experiences. Welcome to Faculty of Marine Science and Fisheries.
Ladies and gentlemen, the event is about to begin. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. The Excellencies Rector of Hasanuddin University, represented by the Vice Rector for Research, Innovation, and Partnership, the Honorable, the Chairman of Community Services Institutes, Universitas Hasanuddin, the Honorable, the Deans from all faculties of Universitas Hasanuddin, and the distinguished speakers that already with us today, this morning, and good morning from Indonesia. And we would like to say welcome for Pak Peter Moos, the Nature Conservancy Indonesian Fisheries Conservation Program, Teresa Dabrusi, PhD, Assistant Professor, Department of Biology, St. Anselm College, Manchester, USA, Sue Wells, IUCN, WCPA Marine, Dr. Dominic Michael Nier, Leibniz Center for Tropical Marine Research, Germany, Professor Dr. Insinyur Jamaluddin Jompa, MSc, Dekan Odin Postgraduate School, Universitas Hasanuddin, Indonesia, Dr. Ian C. Nish, Director PT C6 Energy Indonesia, Martin de Brouwer, University of Leeds, United Kingdom, Sebastian Thomas, Curtin University, Australia, and Lawrence J. McCook, PhD, World Wildlife WWF, Hong Kong, Dr. Shaili Johri, Stanford University, USA, Dr. Naomi Gardiner, James Cook University, Australia, and Professor Dr. Mark Kosius, VUB, Department of Biology from Brussels. Thank you for joining with us. And the Honorable, the Deans also, as we mentioned before, the participants, the invitees, and all the committee. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the second International Symposium, Marine Resilience and Sustainable Development by theme Strengthening and Marine Resilience for Sustainable Development Goals, October 10th, 2020, held by Marine Sciences and Fisheries Faculty, Universitas Hasanuddin. Ladies and gentlemen, before we start the event, let's recite Basmalah. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. We come forward to the next agenda. We are going to listen and singing the national anthem Indonesia Raya and Mars Universitas Hasanuddin.
Universitas Hasanuddin, Panji detected using Powtoon.
Ladies and gentlemen, please proceed to the next agenda. The committee chair report. Please welcome the chairwoman, Ibu Dr. Nadiarti Nurdin, Master of Science. Time is yours.
Kenapa bisa enggak stand? Hah? Kenapa enggak mau? Aduh. Suaranya. Kenapa? Sudah terbuka tapi di sininya enggak mau. Kenapa begitu? Ya Allah, mana ya Allah, mana ini orang mananya? Saya enggak bisa membuka. Oh, ini. Astagfirullah. Oke. Kelihatan adik. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Honor guest, Her Excellency Director of Universitas Hasanuddin, Ibu Profesor Dr. Aristina Pulubuhu MA, or His Excellency the Vice Rector of Universitas Hasanuddin, Profesor Dr. Muhammad Nasrum Mastri, PhD. The Dean of the Faculty of Marine Science and Fisheries, Dr. Insinyur Siti Aisyah Farhum, MSc. All the honorable deans and other unit leaders within UNHAS, and all our MARSAVE guests, presenters, and participants. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, Indonesia and Asia. Good afternoon, Australia. Good evening, Europe, Africa, and America. Ladies and gentlemen, we must keep giving thanks to Almighty God, Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala, for His blessings, for preserving us in good health in the middle of this COVID-19 pandemic, which is taking or changing the lives of so many people around the world. The pandemic has forced us to hold the second MARSAVE International Symposium virtually online in order to avoid the risk of spreading this disease. But thanks to modern information technology, we can meet here today despite the physical distances between us. Honored guests and participants, as the chair of the Symposium Organizing Committee, it is my duty to report that the second MARSAVE will host 134 parallel presenters comprising 107 oral and 27 poster presentations that coming not only from Indonesia, but also Malaysia, South Africa, United Kingdom, and USA. This is an increase compared to the first MARSAVE Symposium in 2018, with about only 80% presenters. In addition, our symposium is honored to host 2 keynote speakers and 10 plenary speakers who are from or affiliated with institutions in the United States of America, Great Britain, Germany, Belgium, Australia, India, and Indonesia. We wish to express our heartfelt gratitude to our keynote and plenary speakers for their willingness to take part with us today and share their knowledge and experience. We are confident that they will provide inspiration and make a real contribution to the development of science and research in fields related to the MARSAVE theme of strengthening marine resilience for sustainable development goals. Ladies and gentlemen, it is almost time for me to return the floor for our rector to welcome you and to officially open this second MARSAVE Symposium. On behalf of all the committee, I hope that this online symposium will run smoothly and that you will all have an enjoyable day, learning and networking with each other. We wish to express our gratitude to our sponsors, the professional associations, Ispikani and MAI, the South Sulawesi Provincial Government, and the Food and Agriculture Organization, FAO, for their valuable support. As chair, I also wish to thank all the members of the organizing committee who have worked so hard over the past 4 months to make this symposium finally become a reality today. I'm sure there are many things which have been overlooked or are imperfect. On behalf of all of the committee, I apologize and ask your patience and forgiveness. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Ladies and gentlemen, proceed to the next agenda is the opening speech by the Rector of Universitas Hasanuddin, and in this occasion will be represented by the Vice Rector for Research and Innovation and Partnership. Please kindly welcome Professor Dr. Muhammad Nasrum Masih, PhD.
Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Your Excellency, the Governor of South Sulawesi, Professor Dr. Insinyur HM Nurdin Abdullah, MAGR, or his representative, Honorable presenters from Indonesia and overseas, Dean of Faculty of Marine Science and Fisheries and her team, all the second MARSAVE Symposium participants. Firstly, let us all give thanks and praise to Almighty God, Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala, the most merciful, as by His grace we are able to gather together to attend this international symposium on marine resilience and sustainable development with the theme Strengthening Marine Resilience for Sustainable Development Goals. This MARSAVE Symposium comes at a unique moment in time and space when all humanity is being forced to adapt, willing and unwilling, to a new normal in order to restrict the spread of the COVID-19 pandemic. Of course, this condition is teaching us all many lessons and forcing us to reconstruct our habits with a greater emphasis on health and humanitarian aspect. Honored guests, ladies and gentlemen, our practical reason for us to support the MARSAVE, the second MARSAVE International Symposium, is the notable direct contribution towards achieving our target for Scopus Index scientific publication. On our recent Dies Natalis, it was announced that University Hasanuddin had accumulated the 5,555 Scopus Index articles, placing UNHAS the 10th UNHAS in the national rank system. This year, UNHAS has recorded 1,500 Scopus Index articles, bringing UNHAS up to 4th rank nationally, We should be grateful for this achievement, as the UNHA's target for this year is actually 1,750 Scopus Index articles. By this purpose, and another effort to increase our academic and employer reputation, faculty-student ratio, and internationalization faculty and student, we hope that Universitas Hasanuddin will be entered in the 1,000 group of world-class university next year, inshallah. The MARSAVE Symposium will, of course, help us move closer to this target. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, of course, these achievements would not have been possible without the collective efforts and collaboration of the various components of the UNHAS academic community. Each performing their strategic function with diligence and a strong will to success. This included the lecturers focusing on their research and faculty leaders holding symposia such as this one, and all the vital support unit, including the Publication Management Center. Finally, the Dean of the Faculty of Marine Science and Fisheries and her team, all the organizing committee, all the speakers, and I heard from the MC that many speakers from all over the world, more than 10 I saw in the leaf list. And participants, may I wish you all an enjoyable and productive symposium. May you all make this most of this occasion, sharing knowledge and networking to enrich and extend current and future collaboration and connection. By saying Bismillahirrahmanirrahim, we hereby officially open this event International Symposium on Marine Resilience and Sustainable Development, the second MARSAVE. Thank you very much. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Ladies and gentlemen, at the end of opening speech by the Vice Rector 4, we would like to proceed to the plenary session. And for this session, we would like to invite the moderator to moderate this talk, Ibu Dr. Maulina Sarihani and Dr. Peter Moos from the Nature Conservancy Indonesia.
Hello, my name is Lita from Conservation International Indonesia. I hope you have a great day today. It's such a privilege to be here hosting a session with some experts from different places. So on this session, we will have an amazing keynote and panels where there were experts in marine and fisheries science. So I would like to deliver you to all the participants that today we're gonna have one keynote and 5 panelists from around the world. So this expertise will share about how some initiatives to strengthening marine resilience for sustainable development goals and how to improve the management of our marine resources to reach SDGs 8, 9, 14, 16, and 17. Without further ado, I would like to share first some information about Peter. Hello, Peter, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, how are you today, Peter?
Yes, I'm good. It's rainy here in Bali.
Okay, so before you share your screen, actually, I would like to share my screen to introduce you. Is that okay?
Yeah, so I will stop my share.
Okay, just for
I'm so happy
1
that
minute.
I got it working, but there it goes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Thank you so much. Okay. Sorry for the technicality. So it's been raining in Bali, because in Jakarta it's okay. And then how is it going with all the corona there, Peter?
Yeah, you know, like anybody else, I'm working at home. But Bali is not the worst place in the world to sort of go in hiding. So, yeah.
Okay, I have some difficulty sharing my screen, but I
I
will.
think you were sharing it a moment ago.
Yeah, I know. So, but you can see all of my screen, right? Okay. How about now? All good?
Yes, there it is.
Okay, so Peter, who doesn't know you, Peter is an expert for fisheries management and protected areas. He's been working for a long time, Peter, since the early 90s for the Nature Conservancy Indonesia. He pursued his master and PhD in fisheries from Wageningen Agricultural University, the Netherlands. He already published hundreds of scientific publications, and then one of my favorite, Peter, is the paper about manta ray in Komodo. It was in 2008, if I wasn't mistaken. Yeah, as I work at the Elasmo branch program, so I read a lot about shark and rays papers. So I think without further ado, everybody is looking forward for your presentations. And then please welcome Peter Muis from the Nature Conservancy Indonesia.
Okay, thank you so very much. Now let me share my screen. Do you see my screen now?
Yes.
Okay. Well, first of all, thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to start off this symposium. I would like to especially thank Dr. Jamaluddin, who was my supervisor actually back in the days in the Core Map project. So, yes, my talk is about capture fisheries. Um, And actually, when I started working in Indonesia in '98, we worked on a marine conservation program, and that is the research that you just referred to. But if you work in marine conservation in Indonesia, you automatically have to deal with capture fisheries, which worked well with me because by training, I am working on fisheries, actually capture fisheries. So the talk that I wanted to do today is about mostly about fisheries management in Indonesia, and just to give the take home away straight away, I'd like to present a situation where we actually have sufficient data, but where it is not yet clear how we can translate these data into management towards sustainability. So. And I illustrated through this fishery that we have been working on over the past years, and that is a deep water fishery for snappers. The picture you see here, by the way, is North Sulawesi, near Kema area. There we go. Now, to start off with an outdated decree. And the reason that I show a screen dump of this decree is that it demonstrates that Indonesia as a country is actually well aware of the problem of overfishing. So here we have a Keputusan Menteri, the one from 2011. So this is a screen dump from the official document, and it actually shows a maximum sustainable yield curve, and it provides in great accuracy detail on what overfishing really means. and you can see also that a couple of fisheries are in the red. So this decree has been revised in 2016 and 2017, and the number of red boxes sort of varies between years. But the take home here is that overfishing is now a well understood problem in Indonesia. So um, Indonesia also actually has I would say, a theory of change or a management approach on how to address overfishing and how to regulate effort in general. And I'd like to spend a bit of time to explain how it works. So, without getting into too much detail, of course. Firstly, Indonesia um, determines a maximum sustainable yield, and it does so at the moment by species group. So demersal fish, small pelagics, large pelagics, and so on. From that maximum sustainable yield estimate follows a maximum allowable catch, JTB, also abbreviated in Indonesian. Now, this maximum allowable catch is in principle 80% of the maximum sustainable yield. And this rationale follows the precautionary approach as formulated by FAO. Now, parallel to this process, there's also an enumeration of the current capacity of the fleet in gross tonnage, usually by jurisdiction, so central government and provincial governments. Now, here comes the interesting step. This capacity in terms of effort is then translated into a volume capacity. And there are actually decrees in existence that provide further detail on how much ton per year 1 GT of capacity corresponds with. So in the end, then this maximum allowable catch is compared to the volume capacity of the fleet. And if one exceeds the other, adjustments are made accordingly. So that is the sort of the theory how Indonesia plans to go about it. And there's a lot more to it. I mean, there's this whole problem of allocation where the vessel capacity is allocated between province government and central government, and it all takes place by and it is all structured according to Indonesia's fishery management areas, or WPP's, of which there are 11. And my previous slide showed the WPP's. Now, let's take a step back and let's look at this fishery that I've been working on. Right, it's a mixed species and a mixed gear fishery for snappers and groupers. And when we started working on it back in 2014, this fishery, I could say it is data poor, and it was understood to be part of this larger commodity group, demersal fisheries. The first challenge was to get a handle on this and to better understand species composition and size composition of the catch. Now, that was not an easy task, because Indonesia's biodiversity is also reflected in the diversity of its catch. So there are actually many species I was not familiar with. And over the course of this program, we actually found at least 2 species that were new to science, although they were already marketed and exported, actually. So that just shows the challenges you have to deal with. Now, this is not only a taxonomic challenge, it is also a challenge in terms of capturing data. It was difficult even for fisheries scientists to come up with or to identify the right species. Now, let alone having to train a team of enumerators in proper species identification. So we had to adjust our approach a bit. And what we ended up doing is equipping captains of fishing vessels with cameras and asking them to take pictures of all fish that they catch. And here you see on this picture, you see a captain doing just that. So you see that there is a measuring board on the background of the fish. That measuring board is just to enable technicians later on to interpret the images. Now, this approach actually appeared to work. We got really good data, and moreover, the data were verifiable. So if we saw in our database a fish that seemed far too large for its species, then we could always go back to the picture and see if the species identification was correct. Parallel to that effort, where we were tracking the catches of about 500 vessels, we were also conducting a frame survey. So we enumerated all the boats in Indonesia that are operating on this species assemblage. And here you see an example from one of our reports. It's actually the boats operating in the Arafura Sea. You see that we have drop liners, long liners, gill netters, trappers, and also a category called mixed gear, but in Arafura Sea, this category is not so important. And you see that they are distributed over the various boat size categories, smaller than 5 GT, between 5 and 10 GT, between 10 and 30 GT, and larger than 30 GT. So we now have an idea of the catch of individual boats, and we have a decent overview of the structure of the fleet. Each of the boats is also equipped with a tracker, and through this tracker we can have a really good real-time overview where each of the boats are operating. So the trackers, the positions that you see here are mostly from mid-sized boats, so somewhere between 10 and 30 GT. Actually, the ministry also operates a tracking system. It's called the Vessel Monitoring System, VMS. That system, however, only works on boats larger than 30 GT. And the positions that you see here are mostly related to smaller boats. And you also see that the drop liners, so that is a vertical hook and line, have a more, they target certain features on the sea bottom, whereas the long liners cover larger areas in space. Now, over time, up to date, I think our database at the moment now includes some 2,500,000 length measurements, not only from the Arafura Sea, but throughout the Indonesia archipelago. We know what the catch per unit of effort is. We know also that, there is some evidence that this catch per unit of effort is decreasing a bit. We also know by VPP, so by fishery management area, how large the catch is. So here you see an example of the Arafura Sea again. You see that Legianus malabaricus, so that is a red snapper, the Malabar snapper, leads the pack with nearly 10,000 tons. The second one is the gold band snapper, Pristipomoides multidens. Then there is an emperor. The fourth one is interesting, actually. That is Atrobuca brevis, which is a croaker. This did not used to be an important species, but 2 years ago or so, a market developed for swimming bladders of this species. I won't show you the results, but directly after this market developed, the stock of this species collapsed. So here you see an example of the data that we have collected, and for one particular species, again, this red snapper, Legianus malabaricus. There are a number of approaches out there now that enable us to say something about this fish stock without needing time series per se. Here you see an example. through these so-called length-based methods, or also called data poor methods, we can make an estimate of things like spawning potential ratio. So that is the fraction of the stock that is still left compared to a pristine situation. And here you see, for example, that for Malabaricus, it's about 11%. So only 10% of the stock, of the adult spawning stock is left. So for this species, we are definitively in the red zone. You also see here this red line, which is the percentage of immatures, which is also increasing over the short time that we have been conducting this monitoring program. So there are clear indications of overfishing, and apologies. So there are clear indications of overfishing. And here you see an overview of the various species. You can say that it's a bit of a mixed bag. You know, some of the species are still in the green area, other species are in the red area, and yet again, other species are sort of in between. Overall, however, you can see by just sort of eyeballing this table that there is many species that are in the red area, and what is perhaps not so visible in this table is it's actually the most sought after species that are in the red area, and the ones that are green are usually, so that still offers some scope for exploitation. Those are species of a lower volume. So I think it is fair to say now that for this fishery, we have all the information that we need to compile a harvest strategy. And that is exactly what the ministry did over the past year. So we now have a draft harvest strategy. I don't think that it is finalized yet. And that draft harvest strategy sets for this fishery limit reference points and target reference points. So, and these limit and target reference points sort of follow the international standard. The limit reference point is set at an SPR, so spawning potential ratio of 20%, and the target is set as at 40%. So far, it is all good. But now I'd like to take you to the operational realities at sea. And okay, let's go, look around in the kitchen a little bit of the ministry, and let's see what is possible. Here you see a screen dump of the fishing license that each fishing vessel larger than 10 GT must carry. So, and it has certain information fields. Now, the first problem that we can see is that this CP, it has information on vessel size. It also states where the boat can fish, and it states what gear it uses. However, with this combination of fields, you cannot really narrow it down to one of the commodity groups. So, for example, if Indonesia would say the maximum sustainable yield, or the total allowable catch of snappers and groupers should be like that, should be or like this, then it can still convert that to a capacity of the fleet, but then it lacks the tools actually to link that capacity to a specific CP, to a specific fishing license. The gear information by itself is usually not sufficient to do that. For example, a hand line obviously can be used for many species. So if you know that the snappers are overexploited, and you would like to reduce the hand lines targeting snapper, you cannot do so at this moment through the system of fishing licenses. So that is a purely administrative challenge, but I think that this challenge is actually quite important, and I think that there are many areas and similar issues where everybody has the right intent and everybody wants to achieve sustainability, and that includes even private sector, but it is just not clear how that can be done through the administrative systems that the ministry operates. So, okay, how could you alleviate this situation? So what can be done to improve the situation? Well, obviously on the CP, you can specify what the boat, what species assemblage the boat is allowed to capture. That would help. You could also specify the gear in more detail so that the gear by itself indicates what species the boat is actually targeting. A third option is to specify on the CP I would call it a fishery, where that the boat is allowed to participate in. And that is, it's actually an analog of marine protected areas. In marine protected areas, you have a space that is subject to certain regulations. Then you delineate within that space an area where the regulations differ a bit, mostly to increase the level of protection. With fishery, you can do the same thing. You have say the overall fishery regulations, but then you articulate a certain kind of fishery, and then you specify, okay, only boats that are licensed for that certain kind of fishery can participate in it. And then it would become possible to link, say, the outputs of science to an administrative and an operational measure. Now I'm almost at the end of my presentation. The next question, of course, is that, okay, if we want to regulate effort and if it is clear that, that there is some overcapacity in the fleet, now how can you then regulate effort? Well, I've had many discussions with the Directorate of Fishery Resources about this topic, and a reduction in the number of boats at the moment, as I have been told, is simply not an option. It is also a very difficult measure to implement because you need to decide which boat can continue to fish and which boats cannot. However, I think that there are some options that might work. One of them, which only works for the larger boats, would work through the vessel monitoring system that Indonesia already has. If each boat tracks its whereabouts, then it is actually possible to monitor how many days it is spending at sea. That makes it possible, actually, to regulate how many days it is allowed to go out. So in this case, you do not regulate the number of boats, you regulate the number of fishing days in total. Of course, that regulation of the number of fishing days would also result in regulation of fishing mortality, which is what you want. Now, this, of course, only works for boats that are larger than 30 GT because those boats have a VMS, a vessel monitoring system. Then how about the largest part of Indonesia's fleet, the boats between 10 and 30 GT? Well, I think that you can achieve almost the same thing there by including a pause upon expiry of the fishing license. So the fishing license expires every year, after which it must be extended. And you could actually at that moment say, well, because the stock is in bad shape, we include a pause of 30 or 60 days or whatever it is. That would in the end also result in a reduction of the number of fishing days. I am pretty sure that this measure works because I have seen boats put up on the docks who were waiting for their license to get extended, where the license was sort of held up for administrative reasons. So in essence, through this approach, you are basically changing a bug in the system into a feature. And I challenge the participants to let me know why this would not work. And I've been advocating this system for some time, and so far nobody has been able to convince me. But I'm a good listener, so I'm ready to be convinced for reasons that are sound and that make sense, and that explain to me why it would not work. There's of course one important caveat, and this is really the last slide of my presentation, and that is Indonesia's substantial fleet of unmanaged, of unlicensed vessels. Here you see a pie chart, and here I expressed the capacity of the fleet in tonnage. So not in numbers, but in total gross register tonnage. And what you can see here is that more than half of the fleet in capacity comprises of the sector smaller than 10 GT, which are not licensed. And that means that Indonesia's prime vehicle for fishery management would not work for this part of the fleet. Now, in the snapper fishery that I mentioned, and especially in the Arafura Sea, most of the boats are actually larger than 10 GT. So there I think that a license-based system could have a real beneficial effect. But in many other fisheries, especially coral reef fisheries, this would not work because most of the fisheries are simply not licensed. So for that part of the fleet, you would need to come up with another solution. And I still think that the marine protected areas offer some benefit in that respect. I sometimes hear people say, well, we should simply license also the smaller part of the fleet. But if you ask me, that is just too difficult because many of these boats are simply too small, and it would be too much administrative overhead to license each and every single boat. It is as if you would try to license each individual hammer of all the tukangs or the working persons in Indonesia. So I don't think that is feasible. So, in conclusion, I think that for this part of the fleet, we need to look to area-based and community-based approaches. Thank you. Well, I hope that I was online all this time, but I think I was.
You were you're very punctual because yeah, you still have 2 minutes left, but it's okay.
Okay.
And it's a very interesting presentation. We get some update about this issue. I know we all have problems in Indonesia, especially in fisheries, how to control overfishing and improve the traceability. And yeah, on your presentations, I get some notes here that there are some excellent initiatives to mitigate overfishing and improve the traceability by involving the community, which is we already saw that involving fishermen is quite effective, and supporting them with the materials and utilizing the CODRS as a logbook, and then also documented fishery operators and harvest strategy limits, improving the CIPE or Surat Izin, and regulate sea days through vessel monitoring systems in addition to licensing. I heard that you are challenging some of us, Peter, today. So how are we gonna do it? Are we gonna contact you and try to convince you about this? Or
yeah, well, at the beginning of my presentation, you find my email address, and
okay.
You can also. I will live up to this challenge, and I will chat to everybody my mobile number, so then you can swamp me with messages why it would not work.
Okay, so that is a very excellent information for all the participants that here in MARSAVE 2020. Peter will share his contact, and then please, he challenged you to report and to convince him about this. So thank you so much, Peter. There won't be any questions and answer sections because you are an honorable keynote speaker for now. Okay, so Peter already informed his mobile phone and also his email address. And thank you again so much for our honorable keynote speaker. And then now we continue to our next panels. Have a good day, Peter.
Okay, thank you so much. Bye.
Thank you. Okay, the next sessions we have 5 experts, panelists that came from all around the world. If you already read the agenda, we have 5 panelists, and then they came from Europe, America, and also Australia. Each of these panelists will have 15 minutes presentation, and unfortunately, because we have limited time, so I will limit the questions from the participant only for 1 person, but it's also a selected questions. So it's not going to be opened for speakers, so you're not going to be able to talk to the presenter. I will choose the best questions that will be delivered to the panelists. And in addition to that, of course, all the speakers can't reply or answer the questions on the chat box. If you're willing, of course, to answer some questions outside your outside your sessions. So our first panelist, I would like to share his profile. So this is Dr. Sebastian Thomas. But before that, I would like to check whether Dr. Sebastian is already here.
I'm here.
Okay, that's awesome. So Dr. Sebastian Thomas is from Cotton University. He is an adjunct professor. He has extensive experience working with industry, government, NGOs in Australia and internationally to achieve organizational goals in sustainability contexts. He's also an environmental economist, policy scientist, an educator with expertise in sustainable business practice and social ecological systems. He is a Prime Minister Australia Asia Award winner and also a Wentworth Group Scholar. Wow, what a privilege that we have you here, Sebastian. How are you today?
I'm very well. It's lovely to be with you. I appreciate the invitation. Looking forward to it.
You're welcome. It looks nice in Australia now. It's a sunny day, eh?
It's a beautiful day here in Melbourne, but I'm not really allowed to leave the house for more than 2 hours a day, so it's an interesting time.
Okay, so without further ado, I welcome Sebastian Thomas, and please, the time is yours.
I'll just make sure I can share my screen with you.
Sure.
Share screen. Bear with me.
Yes.
Can you see anything yet?
Not yet. I haven't seen any presentation yet.
Okay, how's that?
Yes, awesome.
And are you seeing the presenter mode or are you seeing the full slides?
I haven't seen the full site yet. You end your screen.
Okay, how's that?
No, I couldn't see any presentation. I think you close your share screen. Yeah, this is good.
Okay.
Yeah, excellent.
Sorry for that. Thank you all very much again, and thank you to Prof. Shamal and Dr. Abigail and Ibu Nadiati. Selamat pagi, everybody. It is a pleasure to be with you. I won't talk too much about myself. You've had an intro. What I want to do in this next 15 minutes very quickly is talk you through some sort of fairly high-level study that we've been doing around governance, because while we have so much excellent science in ecology and biology and all the rest of it, in the end, as Peter noted, management and governance systems are really important. So I'm going to talk you through some work we're doing in that space. In Australia, before we commence any formal presentation, we always acknowledge the traditional owners of the country where we are meeting on or speaking from, and I'm here on Wurundjeri country, Melbourne in Australia, and currently, of course, lockdown under the world's most strict coronavirus measures, but we hope we'll be out soon. In this talk, I want to run through a few things, quick overview of what most of us will all be well aware of. But then I'm going to talk about international environmental agreements in the context of ocean governance and the belief systems and worldviews that inform and derive those through history and into the present, and what the implications of those belief systems and governance arrangements are for the ocean in the future. So just quickly to talk about the blue economy, which is a phrase that is very popular these days at the international level. And a key point to make is that we are moving increasingly into the ocean as a domain of human activity, not just on it, but under it and with it, and using it as a tool in so many different ways. And the critical point to note here is that everything that we have done on land in the last 10,000 years, including agriculture, energy generation, land use and conversion, the building of cities and habitats, recreation and tourism, all of this, we are going to be doing more and more in the ocean in the next 100 years. So it is about to be a very dynamic time of change. At the international level, groups like the UN and the World Bank talk about the blue economy, the ocean economy, very much in terms of energy, fisheries, tourism, waste management, but also then to a degree, climate change, obviously, environmental issues like that. And we've had for a long time these as key topics of the discussion. We live on a planet that is badly named. We don't live on Earth. We live on a planet where not just 70% of the surface is water, but 98% of the living space is water. So we really are living on a planet that should be called ocean. It's an incredibly significant part of the Earth system and a hugely important component of our trade and economic systems as well. And it's changing very, very rapidly. I'm sure many of you have seen hockey stick diagrams like this since the early famous one, but this is a study that was done by Pagani and Fulton a few years ago, looking at human activities and the impacts of those in the ocean context. And of course, we're seeing that similar rapid exponential acceleration in impact. So what are the challenges that the ocean faces? Well, generally we've had three key things talked about. So warming of waters causing bleaching of corals, of course, and the death of reefs. Ocean acidification causing the deterioration of creatures that build shells at the base of the food web in the ocean. And thirdly, the loss of oxygen, hypoxic areas spreading out from river mouths around the world as a result of agricultural chemicals being sent down into bay areas. And these dead zones are not often talked about very much, but are incredibly important and a growing issue. And so those three things of warming, hypoxia and acidification were talked about way back in 2012 at Rio as the ocean becoming hot, sour and breathless. And that was one of the big issues when we met at the Earth Summit in 2012. But there's another one which we don't talk about as much back then, but increasingly are now, which is, of course, plastic pollution. And the fact that there are something like 47,000 pieces of plastic in every square kilometre of ocean, that we've found plastic 11 kilometres down. It is everywhere. In 1 million years, the species that exist in Earth's ocean will have evolved to metabolise plastics. So how do we talk about, how do we understand, how do we think about oceans in the ways that inform our governance systems? There's a study done about 5 years ago by Silver and others, and they identified, looking at peer-reviewed literature, looking at government documents, intergovernmental agencies, reports, private sector documents, grey literature, these 4 discourses of the ocean. Firstly, as a natural source of natural capital. Secondly, as key to livelihoods in small island developing states. Thirdly, as key to small-scale fisheries livelihoods, as we've just been talking about in Indonesia. And fourth, as good business. So that's really the large large corporate view. And a few years later, a second study looked similarly at it and identified similar things with the addition of the notion of the ocean as a driver of innovation. And this is where this concept of the blue economy comes in. And so effectively these transfer across. So how do we govern the ocean? What are the agreements that are in place? Well, if you're interested in this governance space, this is a recently established an outstanding database of environmental agreements set up by colleagues at the University of Oregon. That's the website there. And it's the IEA International Environmental Agreements database, catalogues more than 3,000 agreements. And so we went in and looked for ocean-related agreements. And that goes back to 1949 right through. We ended up with, after culling, and I won't go into too many details and methods, but we had 370 or so international agreements that are specifically related to ocean governance. We looked at those in terms of fisheries, habitat, meaning environmental protection agreements, species, meaning biodiversity conservation or management agreements, pollution from plastics to oil spills, all conflated in there, and then management approaches. So really, how do we train people? How do we accredit people? Who has what access rights? How do we share resources, and so on and so forth? What we found from 1949 through to 2016 is that if you're coding those agreements, we see some really interesting patterns in the type of agreements that are out there. So here we've got pollution agreements in grey, environmental protection in green, fisheries in blue, management in yellow, and biodiversity conservation in red. Now you can see that at the very beginning, in that first phase there, we have a lot of agreements around fisheries, and this is in that post-war into the 1950s period. There are also the existence of some international management and biodiversity conservation steps. But then there are other spikes that go along, and I'm going to come back and talk to those in just a moment. But what we did then was look at literature as well as these agreements to characterise those paradigms or worldviews of ocean governance through this period. And if you think about these in terms of ocean governance discourses or cultures, the way you can break it down is this: that before the 1970s, in the sort of post-Second World War period up to the 1970s, there was this notion that nature is very much separate space. And so we need to protect, exclude, and this is where we first started seeing pushes for not so much protected areas, but protected fisheries, and so on and so forth. The 1970s was a period in sort of environmental governance thinking where we started talking about common futures and the shared futures of humanity. In the 1980s, this was a really significant change, because this is when neoliberalism and that view of economics began to rise with Thatcher and Reagan as world leaders. And so there was a massive focus now switching from protection of nature to business interests in many respects. The 1990s we characterise as a period of sustainable development thinking, the early conventions, 1992, the UNFCCC and so on, and then into the 2000s, the development of this idea of millennium development and how do we meet development challenges through the MDGs and then later the SDGs. So if we map those onto this analysis of the nature of governance agreements for the ocean over time, you can see that in this pre-1970s period, we have protection exclusion, which accounts for this focus, if you like, on fisheries with some biodiversity conservation and management issues in there as well. That second phase in the 1970s is about our common future, and we see this remarkable explosion in agreements around pollution management. And so this is, of course, when international shipping is really taking off in a significant way. We have new large-scale ocean transport technologies in place, and there's this massive boom, and we need to protect from oil spills and other sorts of pollution. Third phase, 1980s, ocean business, we see much this uptick again in management approaches. So agreements around resource use and sharing and exploitation rights and exploration rights as well. Into the 1990s, the sustainable development era, again, the rise of more and more pollution, but a big focus on fisheries further. And this final phase of Millennium Development, again, you can see this massive, massive growth in focus on pollution. So the key point there is what you're looking at in the lines is the cumulative number of agreements. And the point that we make and that we see very, very clearly is obviously that pollution management is the one that has just gone through, literally through the roof of the graph. And we have these plateaus with smaller leaps with the other sorts of areas of focus. So coming back to the notions of governance cultures in terms of ocean as natural capital, livelihoods, business and innovation, we make the point that none of these agreements really and effectively are dealing with what we know is coming in the post-2020 period and the decades ahead. And that is significant environmental disruption, extraordinary new technological opportunities, and areas of political contest. So if we think about the impacts of acidification, the collapsing Great Barrier Reef in Australia and other reefs around the world, the extraordinary technological opportunities that we have in deep sea mining, in genetic resource mining and so on and so forth, and then the political contests, and just look north to the South China Sea to start, and there are plenty more. We feel that while we can see these characters of governance in the nature of agreements over time, we don't think that our governance agreements at the international level are really focusing on these clear and present, maybe not dangers, but clear and present realities that are coming on. And the other thing that is missing is oceans as culture. Just to give you an example, in the Pacific, all of these, what were called small island developing states, but what really are in fact large ocean states, these extraordinary communities, and it's the same for communities, ocean communities of Indonesia, certainly around Sulawesi. These communities and peoples that have a cultural identity that is associated with and deeply entwined with ocean dynamics. For instance, these Rebelib, which are maps, that is a chart of tides and currents from the Solomon Islands, and these wave piloting techniques are still in use today in some traditional cultures. And we note, just as a side point, that in many of these cultures and communities throughout the Pacific and the Southeast Asian communities, these are places where their culture is not recognised or facilitated in any of these agreements. So just to finish up, thinking about the future, going back to what I said and the point that I made, that everything that we've done on land in the last 10,000 years, we will be doing in the ocean in the next 100. We know that ocean ecosystem services are critically important. We know that industrial and commercial activity will increase hugely in coming decades. We know that environmental crisis is already underway, and we are facing systemic threats. And our international governance approach is focusing on pollution, which is an excellent thing, but not necessarily enough. Governance cultures do not address those environmental, economic, social, and political challenges we know are coming, and culture is left out of the SDGs and largely ignored in agreements. And we think that those are key issues. So I hope that as you all delve into your science and continue to work for sustainable ocean futures, that you will consider those as priority areas for your attention as well. And that brings me to 15 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Sebastian. That was a fantastic presentation. And it's true that actually, to remind us, all of us, the participant, that Indonesian and Australian, we started the interactions actually with the Makassarian and the indigenous. And then the formal diplomatic relation has started in the 1940s, if I'm not mistaken, between Australia and Indonesia. It was great to get information about the challenge of the blue economy. And then you also presented some reviews on the historical approach into agreements, treaties, conventions. And I'm checking here, there is no question for you. So I'm going to use my opportunity to ask you actually. So we are talking about treaties and then, you know, agreements and stuff. How do you think about the diplomatic relation between Australia and Indonesia in terms of this issue, in your perspective?
I think the relationship between our two countries is incredibly important. I'm very lucky to have been part of the Australia-Indonesia Centre in the last 4 or 5 years, of which UNHAS is a part. I think strategically, commercially, culturally, we have so much to be sharing, and it's a relationship that has been going on for thousands and thousands and thousands of years, long before there were Europeans in Australia. People from Makassar and Sulawesi were trading with the indigenous people of this country. So I think we have so much to offer. I've said this before to Indonesian friends and colleagues. We have a lot that makes us different, but we have so much in common. Particularly, I think, our sense of humour. I always laugh with my Indonesian friends. So as much as we can share and collaborate, I think that can only benefit all of us.
Well, that's awesome, especially in science. Yeah, we can do so much together. Yeah, and then to improve the management of these two countries with all the issues that we faced. Thank you so much,
It's been a pleasure. Thanks, everybody.
So, everybody, well, now we're going to the next panelist, and then our next panelist is from America. So I would like to check first whether Dr. Sally Johri is there. I'm not really sure whether it's evening or afternoon. I think it's evening. Dr. Sally Johri, hello?
Yes, I'm here. Thank you.
Ah, okay. How are you today?
I'm good, Lita. Thank you for the invite.
Okay, you're welcome. So what time is it in America at the moment?
It's about 7 p.m.
Awesome. So it's not too bad for you.
It's not too bad, yes.
Okay. So I would like to share my screen and introduce you to all the participants. So Dr. Sally Johri is from Stanford University. She is a geneticist. She has her research focus in conservation genomics of wildlife populations. She works at the intersections of marine conservation policy and interdisciplinary research. She developed science-based conservation policies with fishing communities and also engaged in capacity building for genomic methods among wildlife research communities in the US and abroad. Wow, that's interesting. This is one of my favorite topics. I also work in shark and rays, so this is going to be an excellent presentation that you will share about sharks and how we can raise the overfishing. Yeah. Okay. Without further ado, I would like to welcome Dr. Shahri. Time's yours.
Thanks, Lita. Good morning or good evening, everybody, depending on where you are in the world. Can we see my slides, Lita? Can you confirm? Okay, wonderful. So yeah, today I'm going to talk to you about some of our work in using genomics to trace illegal wildlife trade, but also to study biodiversity and kind of trying to figure out what are the best places that we should be focusing on in terms of conservation and protection. So So I just kind of start with a little bit of a lighter note, because when we talk about sharks, I think usually the perception is that, yeah, they're out to get us, because most people, I think about it in with the perspective of Jaws. But most sharks are pretty gentle, and they're actually really fun to hang around with. So here's a little video of one of these whale sharks that I took while we were snorkeling with them in Ningaloo in Australia. And so we were just keeping a safe distance from it, but you'll just see that it turns out to be more fun for the shark, because it decides to change its direction and it starts coming towards our way. So there is a snorkeler. There are a couple of snorkelers that you can see with it. And now all of us are like scrambling to get away. But obviously the shark figures out where it wants to be. So that was just like kind of showing you that it's okay to co-inhabit and be around sharks, and most of the time they're pretty gentle and uninterested in humans. Jokes apart and fun apart, sharks are also really crucial to marine ecosystems and food security, because they're at the top of the food chain. And research has shown that in ecosystems where sharks have been hunted and there are no apex predators, those ecosystems have suffered, and in many cases that has led to a loss of the commercial seafood industry. They're also super important to ecotourism and the economy that is supported by tourism. Like a rough estimate is that in terms of ecotourism and the ecosystem services that sharks enable, each shark alive is worth $250,000 worth, whereas a dead shark is worth about $50. So that just tells us that, when we think about sharks, we are not just thinking about protecting shark biodiversity, but we are also protecting human interests. Apart from these, sharks are just really interesting. They're evolutionary giants of sorts. They've been around for about 450 million years. And they are one of the most diverse species groups. And they just have an enormous resilience in terms of evolutionary time. And recent research has shown that, genomics research has shown that the extremely high genomic stability and immunologic functions that they have might contribute to their resilience. So even though they are such interesting species, today overexploitation of sharks and rays is happening at an unprecedented rate to support the demand for fins. On average, about 300 million sharks and rays are killed every year, and most of it is primarily driven to support the fin trade. And then there are secondary products such as meat, gills, oil, and cartilage that are also made use of today. So it's kind of a very thriving industry. As a result of this overexploitation, a large number of species around the world in this species group are threatened, about 30%, based on latest estimates. And this graph from Dalby et al. In 2014 shows the areas where there is the highest percentage of threatened species. And as you can see, these areas in red around the Indian Ocean, some parts of the Pacific, and Atlantic as well. But the number of threatened species and some of the largest shark fishing nations are kind of concentrated in this area around the Indian Ocean. So when we think about conserving sharks, not only for conservation of sharks and biodiversity, but also to support marine ecosystems and the commercial seafood industry, there are a few categories that the solutions fall into. And one big category that needs a solution is addressing data deficiencies. So about 46% of shark and ray species are data deficient. And that means that we don't understand or have enough information about their population status in order to come up with conservation strategies. And this graph again shows which areas have some of the most data deficient species. In the context that we do not understand how to conserve the sharks, they are being taken out at an unprecedented rate due to the illegal, unregulated, and unreported fisheries, which is the IUU fishing across the world. To kind of give you an idea, in the US, which is the largest importer of seafood in the world, about 30% of seafood is illegally imported, or 30% of the seafood that's imported is derived from illegal fishing. And sharks are a big target of these illegal fisheries due to non-compliance with bycatch reduction or non-compliance with no-take marine protected areas where they shouldn't be fished. So in terms of thinking about conservation, we need to figure out how to reduce data deficiencies. And for that, we need to know which species are being are distributed where. So what is the location like? What is the population size of these species, and which populations need urgent protections? At the same time, we need to figure out what are the threats that are affecting these species and populations. And lastly, we need to have community partnerships for a sustainable conservation outcome. So with respect to reducing data deficiencies and figuring out species distribution, I'll talk about my research work in India, which is also one of the largest shark exporters in the world. In India, the western state of Gujarat has a very big shark fishing industry. So as part of my research, I was trying to figure out what are the shark species that are found, shark and ray species that are found in Gujarat, and which sharks are under the most under the highest fishing pressure. So based on our biodiversity surveys, we were able to figure out that there are these about 30 some species that were found in these 4 major ports that were engaging in shark fishing. Many of these were data deficient and also in the near threatened categories. And we found that a large percentage, so about 2/3 of the catch was of females and juvenile. However, a lot of these sharks, the specimens that we collected, they couldn't be identified. Sorry, I'll just step back. So we identified those species that I mentioned. And then for 3 of the species, we also were reporting them for the first time. So we kind of extended the range, the distribution range for these species. So which was a big dent, so to say, that we made in reducing the data deficiency. However, 33% of the samples couldn't be identified because there was no morphological information around this. So we couldn't figure out which species the fins came from per se. So at this point, I was looking for a method that I could use in India while being in the field to figure out the species for these sharks. And this is when we developed this method called genome skimming using a portable sequencer, in which you can extract the DNA from the fins and introduce it into the sequencer. And within about 2 to 3 hours, you can actually tell what species it is. It doesn't require much preparation. And this is based on just long read sequencing of genomic DNA from these specimens. So Sequencing in this way allowed us to get the mitochondrial sequence of the species and also nuclear sequences, which can both be used for taxonomic as well as population studies. Like I mentioned, we were able to get this data within about 2 to 3 hours. And the first sequences actually started coming within the first 2 minutes. But with almost certainty can say that within 3 hours, you can definitely identify these species. And using this method, we found out that the species that the fins were derived from was a silky shark, and it is a CITES listed species. So essentially, there was illegal trade happening of a CITES listed species, and it would have gone completely undetected if we hadn't done the genetic study on it. We further tested this method using on a few other species, and based on the data we got, this method can be universally applied to a lot of other highly targeted wildlife species such as pangolins, elephants, sharks and rays, of course, and also rhinos. So it's a universally applicable method to trace the wildlife trade and illegal fisheries. Another application of this method is in figuring out where in the open ocean the species are found, or shark species are found. So we use this method in the British Indian Ocean Territory, in the Chagos archipelago, where we sequence the mitochondrial DNA of 2 species that are very commonly found but have very identical sequences. So by making the mitochondrial DNA available for this, we are now planning to collect DNA from the species, collect water from from the archipelago, and filtering it and extracting DNA from there, and then sequencing it using the information and the method that we have developed to figure out where in the archipelago there is the highest concentration of the species that we're interested in. So this is using environmental DNA. And our lab has also done sequencing of environmental DNA on the boat using these portable sequencers. So it just makes it genomic technology super accessible and tracing technology super accessible in different parts of the world. This method, because of its universal applicability, was also talked about in National Geographic, and it's just a really fun read because it talks about the applicability of the method in more practical terms. So I would recommend you to read that. And then I just want to end with a very important aspect of our work. When we talk about conservation, it needs reduction of data deficiencies and covering the knowledge gaps. But at the same time, we also need to be thinking about equity and diversity and community partnerships, because we can come up with the best surveillance methods using genomics or using vessel monitoring systems to stop illegal fisheries. But we do need, along with that, we definitely need community partnerships to make these conservation measures and fisheries sustainable in the long run. So to kind of meet those needs, when we were conducting surveys in India, we also made partnerships with the fishing communities there, and we engaged in a real knowledge exchange where we were able to learn a lot about the fisheries and the biodiversity of sharks from these fishing communities. But we also took our results back to the community and shared with them to kind of explain to them how removal of sharks, like even a few sharks from the ocean, can actually affect the commercial fisheries that their livelihoods depend on. And it was just a very important part of the exchange. At the same time, we also spoke to fisheries and zoology college students who had no idea that there is shark fishing going on in their backyard, and how important it is for them to engage in the policies that impact these fisheries when they are ready to be working and out in the job market, because it's really important that the youth engage in policy development that impacts our fisheries and impacts our oceans. So and here is a little poster that we made to kind of explain how teleos, or sharks, fish like tuna or other teleos, they grow super quickly and they reproduce quite a bit. But at the same time, sharks don't grow as fast and they don't reproduce at the same speed. So that's why it's really important to be vigilant of the number of sharks that are being impacted in fisheries. And these on the right are some of our undergrads who actually made these posters and did this work. So with that, I would like to thank the Block Lab at Stanford University, Zoological Society of London, and some of our other collaborators who made this work happen. And I'll be happy to take questions.
Okay, thank you so much, Dr. Shahili. There was a question before about shark trading, but it was particularly in China, and then Lawrence already responded. So I guess it's already been answered. And then, yeah, it's very interesting that using genomics to control illegal fishing, especially shark, and increase the traceability. I have no idea whether we can do it in Indonesia though, because America is pretty advanced, yeah. And then, yeah, I agree that it is important to encourage and engage the community into this monitoring system. And
but so that's a very important point that you bring up, right? That so we are actually talking to people in at the IPB University,
yes,
and yeah, and so we are actually trying to see if we can bring these methods to Indonesia. We actually just put in a proposal to do that. So the good thing about this is that the technology doesn't have big infrastructure requirements. So that means that this can be adapted to any location in any country, and it would be really really instrumental in empowering everybody to kind of trace and monitor their fisheries.
Wow, that's a wonderful information. I will look forward for that and then try to contact the IPB, because you know that in Indonesia we have about 117 species of sharks, and only 8 that is protected now, which is one of them is whale shark. It's fully protected by the Ministry of Fisheries and Marine Affairs. And the others like treasures, silky, also protected and controlling trade, but not fully protected yet, based on the from IUCN, CMS, and also CITES. And there's an interesting fact at the moment, Dr. Shahili, that I would like to ask your opinion. It's about the vaccine developers that seek a compound called squalene, and that is produced in shark livers, and then it came from the family of Squalidae. In Indonesia, the traceability of the the illegal fishing, the situation is not developed yet. But I know from the previous studies in America and Australia, it's been sustainably managed, particularly this species, this Squalidae. And it's estimated that about 500,000 sharks of this species will be killed to produce the vaccines. And what is your opinion about this?
Yeah, I did see that in the news, and it was pretty shocking. So I haven't had the chance to kind of read the mechanics behind it as to why they're proposing that, but I think that would be a real disaster if we had to do that. And I'm sure there are other methods and alternatives that we can come up with to develop these vaccines. And I would just say, I think that in terms of increasing surveillance and monitoring illegal fisheries in Indonesia or any other place, I think genomic surveillance offers a really incorruptible tool in a way because it cannot be tampered with. Like if I'm fishing illegally in a place, I can maybe label it as being fished in a different ocean or a different location, or I can just label it as a different product and ship it anywhere I want to. But I cannot change the genetic signature of the seafood. So and if that genetic signature is traced, it is definitely going to give us an answer as to where exactly that seafood originated from. So I think, and so genetic surveillance is something that it totally deserves our investment, and it's actually much less expensive compared to some of the other monitoring tools where we're using satellite monitoring and such to figure out fisheries.
Well, I agree if we can implement it in Indonesia, because what we have is we have a huge challenge in traceability of the seafood, where we have no idea where it comes from, so or where they've been catching it, and then somehow it's already arrived in other places. And then Indonesia is a big archipelago, so if we can implement this method, it will be great, and looking forward for that. So thank you very much for the wonderful presentation, Dr. Shaili. And then I hope you have a great day today.
Great, thank you.
So everybody, now we are going to the next presenter. And I'm looking forward to have Lawrence McCook.
Hi, Lita.
Hi, how are you, Lawrence?
So I'll let you introduce me before I share the screen.
Okay. All righty. So everybody, Lawrence J. McCook, PhD, is the head of Oceans Conservation for WWF Hong Kong. He's also active as the President's International Visiting Professorial Fellowship from the Chinese Academy of Science at the South China Sea Institute of Oceanology in Guangzhou, China. So he's also a partner investigator in the RC Center of Excellence for Coral Reef Studies at James Cook University in Australia, adjunct associate professor at the University of Queensland in Australia, and also visiting professor at Hasanuddin University in Makassar. He is my former senior advisor at the Marine Program at Conservation International Indonesia, and he also spent a lot of years in the Great Barrier Reef Marine Park Authority. So he has extensive experiences in coral reef management, governance, everything. He's one of the experts that I know so far. I've been knowing him from 2007, I think. Yeah, it's been a long time, eh?
Well, and I think my most famous achievement is actually that I was the PhD advisor of some guy called Jamaluddin Jompa.
Oh, yeah, that's true.
In the 90s. It's my most proud achievement.
Yeah, me too. Okay, I give you the time, Lawrence, to present your materials. So please.
Okay, wish me luck with the screen sharing. So can you see the presentation?
Not yet, Lawrence.
Oh, no. Okay.
If you have some trouble, I can help you to share the PowerPoints.
Yeah, and I made some small changes since,
okay.
But I'm not sure. I'm sorry, everybody. I figure that in this day and age, I should have learned to do this by now, but.
No worries, we all have some difficulties in this type of technology.
I can't seem to make it share the presentation. So what will I do?
Would you like me to share your presentation that I have and then you adjust it with your updates? Or
Yes, I guess we'll have to do that, Lita. I'm sorry. I'll have to figure out. I've done it before, but it seems to be working differently today, and I'm not quite sure why.
no worries. I would like to. Okay.
Okay. So I did add one slide, but I'll just have to talk to that. So I want to talk today about upgrading conservation in Southeast Asian marine protected areas, and I'm going to use a specific example of some work I did with my colleagues in China, applying the IUCN protocol. I started with my current title, which is the WWF position, but next slide, Lita. This work was mostly done while I was a visiting professor at the South China Sea Institute. If you can click, this is going to be difficult. Click later.
Next, you mean?
Yes, next. So I want to say thank you to my hosts in China and the Chinese Academy of Science. And next. So like Sebastian and both Peter and Shali, I want to particularly focus on the big picture for conservation, ocean conservation specifically. And we tend to have focused on the environment on the left-hand side of the slide and studying the ecology and the biology of the species we want to protect. But it's more and more clear that to be effective, we need to be integrating legal and governance perspectives and economics into our work, and we need that like to be like a chair with three legs. We need to be working on all three fronts. So I'm going to give you a couple of quick examples. The main work I'll talk about today focuses on the interaction between legal and governance and the environment. But I'm going to just sorry, this is a slide I haven't added. I want to just talk for a moment about the work of WWF on seafood sustainability. So from Peter and from Shali, we've heard lots about understanding the situation with respect to fisheries for sharks and for fish in Indonesia and of India. And we're understanding that in terms of where the fisheries are taking place. But here in WWF in China and Hong Kong, we are focusing on where the fisheries are consumed, in other words, on the markets. And so that combines the economics of fisheries consumption, the demand rather than the supply for fisheries, and the governance. And so to give you one really great example, just recently there has been some international wildlife trade law, legal processes happen where people have been caught illegally transporting shark fin into Hong Kong and then into China. Hong Kong is the main hub for the trade, using exactly the kinds of genetic techniques that Shali was just talking about. So we are making progress there. Anyway, next slide. I'm going to focus on the interaction between governance and the environment in trying to improve the effectiveness of marine protected areas. And I think you'll see as we go through this presentation how it is very immediately applicable to many situations in Indonesia. So this is just a map of where there are marine protected areas in southern China, in the southern 4 provinces and Hong Kong. They're not well known in the rest of the world, but there is something like 130. Next slide. And this, sorry, next slide. This just shows you the progression of the implementation of those marine protected areas. Again, little recognized in the rest of the world is the fact that China has been implementing marine protected areas since the mid-80s. Next slide. However, as is the case in many places from Australia to Indonesia to China and all around the world, there are many problems. So there is a reduced effectiveness of the marine protected areas. These are all from a paper by Chiu et al. In 2009. Many marine protected areas are supposed to be fully protected, but they're actually implemented as multi-use. There's an emphasis on area over the quality. That is, we have governments trying to meet targets for international agreements, but we're not actually doing a very good job. And so on. Next slide, please. So I want to talk about the mechanisms, the processes whereby we can improve the effectiveness. And so this is the diagram for adaptive management, which I think is one of the most valuable concepts we can use in conservation, because it combines the science, the environmental work, and the governance. So basically, it requires us to understand or conceptualize the problem. We make a plan, but we also include monitoring. We then implement the actions, our management actions. And because we have been monitoring, we are now able to analyze and understand. And what's really important here, if you can just hit next for me, Lida. Hit it, yeah. So what's really important is that we are not just analyzing and reviewing the condition of the ecosystem, but also the effectiveness of our management. And that's where I'll focus today. If we do this analysis, we can then revise and improve our conceptualization. That's where we began, and we can adapt and revise our actions and in an ongoing cycle. Now, the unfortunate thing is that around the world, we find that there is a lot of emphasis on implementing the monitoring and doing the analysis, but not nearly enough in the sixth step there. There's not nearly enough improvements in our actions, in our management effectiveness. And that's why I've circled effectiveness at the bottom, and that's where I want to focus today. Ways that we can improve, we can assess, analyze, and improve the effectiveness of our management. Next slide. So this slide outlines the DIPSA framework for adaptive management, in which we try to understand and monitor the drivers, the activities, the pressures, the impacts, the state, and the response. Next. And the most important thing, and that unfortunately usually gets the least emphasis, is the response. This means the response of management agencies, governments and businesses and so on, to improve our management. And so that's where I want to focus, how we can understand and improve our response and our management effectiveness. Next slide. Next slide. Sorry, I hit a few of these. Next. This is a standardized framework developed by Mark Hawkins and Brian Gilligan at the University of Queensland for the International Union for the Conservation of Nature and the World Conference on Parks. And what it does is it breaks down the management cycle into 3 phases: design and planning, effectiveness and delivery, appropriateness and delivery. And it breaks those down into 6 different stages. So context, understanding what is going on, the planning, the inputs, the, I can't see that one, the processes, the outputs, and the outcomes. And the idea is that you can only really improve your effectiveness of your management if you understand what are your strengths and weaknesses across all of these things. Now, all these 6 processes. Now, over the years, we've applied this when I worked at the Great Barrier Reef Marine Park Authority. And what we do is we analyze each of these 6 phases or stages of management for the 12 different aspects of management that you see on the right-hand side: biodiversity protection, heritage, water quality, and so on. So those are all, if you like, the critical issues. Next slide. So what I want to talk about today is the work that I've done, taking this work from the Great Barrier Reef on the left-hand side to collaborating with, this is Professor Huang Hui and myself in the lab in Guangzhou, China. Next. Where we did a pilot study adapting this to the situation in the South China Sea. We collaborated with the Hainan government, the Guangdong government, and the National Government Ocean Administration. Next. And we're doing this work here in Sanya Bay, shown by the arrow. Next. This is really clumsy, but anyway. In Sanya City, which is the very most southern point of China, and it's a very popular resort city. Next slide. This city of Sanya has at least before coronavirus, it had an annual visitation rate of something like 2/3 the population of Australia, about 16 million people visiting. This is the reef flat at Sanya. Next slide. Sorry, I was planning to go through these quickly. And we collaborated very closely with people from the Sanya Bay Marine Reserve, that's the picture on the right, and the tourism industry, the picture on the bottom left. Next slide. So if you look at these 6 stages and 12 different points, what you realize is that means we can then, next slide, we can do the analysis for each of those 12 different issues for each of the 6 different, so the columns here are the 6 different management phases. And for each one of those, we can click through a couple, please, Lida. We can analyze whether they are very good, they are poor, or they are very poor. And we can also understand whether they are improving or stable or declining. And that means that at the end of it, we have this matrix which understands how well the process is applied. And we don't do this subjectively, we do it objectively using a standardized set of protocols and grading statements developed by the IUCN and by the Great Barrier Reef for Marine Park Authority for our outlook reports. Now, the first thing that we were interested in was to investigate whether this system, which has been applied very well in the Great Barrier Reef in Australia, whether it is effective to apply in the very, very different economic, social, and governance arrangements of China. And you know, this is, of course, relevant to whether it would work, say, in Indonesia. The answer is that it actually works really well. It readily transfers to the system in China, although there are some challenges, particularly around language and standards and people's understanding of what things should be like, the so-called shifted baseline. Next, Peter. The interesting point was that overall, in terms of understanding the management, that the management effectiveness in Sanya was somewhere between good and poor. So it wasn't too bad. It wasn't as bad as some people might have expected. It's important to realize this only refers to the management and not to the environmental condition. So the environmental condition is relatively poor, but the management is not too bad. Next. A couple of key points that the coastal development and tourism are major drivers, and they are the things that need the most intensive work. Next. And the biodiversity protection, although it is relatively good and improving, it is not good enough to restore the water quality, next, or the biodiversity. So that's looking in terms of the issues, but we can also look at the columns, if you like. Next, Lisa. Next. Sorry. Next again. So what's important to notice, and this is always the case with these analyses, we find that we do worst in terms of the outcomes. So the situation in the water, in the environment, is never as good as the situation, so that's the outcomes, compared to our context is usually the best. But the useful thing of this approach is that by analysing it in this way, we can understand what is the other parts of the management cycle which are causing the problems. And so here we can see that planning and inputs, in other words, the Sanya Bay Marine Reserve is not getting enough staff and not enough money to be able to do the best possible job. Next. Community engagement was very limited. This is a widespread problem many places in the world, but particularly in China with the top-down approach to governance. Next. Sorry, I'm not able to see all of the slides. So We made a bunch of other recommendations. Next, and this is my second final slide. So the conclusions is that one of the most important problems here is what I call closing the loop. We need to actually get the management cycle to be resulting in improvements in management and not just identifying the places where we need to improve. And so if you read the most recent Outlook report on the Great Barrier Reef, you realize that although for 10 or 15 years we've been working out what we need to do, Australia has quite failed to do the things we need to do to protect the Great Barrier Reef. Indeed, I would suggest that Indonesia is perhaps doing better than Australia now. In China and globally, so very often we hear, and I used to hear this a lot in Indonesia, it's more difficult here than in Australia. Actually, the situation in China, the situation in Indonesia is not so difficult. We all have similar problems. The Convention on Biodiversity, which was supposed to be held this year, has been deferred to next year because of COVID, is a major opportunity to drive change in China, and we are hoping to utilize that here in Hong Kong. We really need to do a much better job, especially with the impacts of climate change coming. Next slide. This is the Chinese version, but let's go to the Indonesian version. Next slide. So many of you have seen this before, but this is a quote from my daughter when she was at bedtime one day when she was 4 years old. You can see in the little picture there, that's a picture of Jamal and his daughter and son, and my two daughters in the masjid in Spermonde. Yeah, I just want to emphasize that we really have the obligation to be doing all of this work as effectively as we can to improve our effectiveness for our children. All the kids in that picture are now grown up. So that's it.
Thank you so much, Lawrence. That's back a few years ago, the photos. Time flies, eh? So yeah, talking about MPAs, Indonesia, like the Ministry of Marine Affairs and Fisheries, targeted like 32.5 hectares of million areas to be targeted at the MPAs. And we also have the MPA effectiveness indicators with colors like green, yellow, red, and others. Like we also are still have some challenges in improving that. And unfortunately, there is no question for you, so I'm going to ask questions.
So there is one question there from Naomi.
Okay, because I cannot see the...
So
okay.
She said,
Naomi asked, Indonesia might be doing better than Australia in some ways. Can you elaborate that and give example how? Okay.
Well, so it would be difficult for me to give very specific answer right now, but I would say that generally over the last 10 years, I would say that Indonesia has realized at a kind of a core value the importance of marine systems and what we'll call ecosystem services to the economy of Indonesia, and realize the importance of sustaining those and making sure that they are sustainable. And so, of course, particularly under Ibu Susi, under the management of Ibu Susi, I understand that she has been, she has left now and there's somebody else doing this position. But there was a very strong response to assert Indonesia's sovereignty over its waters and the sovereignty over the sustainability of those waters. Whereas I would say that, and again, using the best available information, but not waiting for perfect information and not waiting for technological fixes and so on. Whereas as I see the situation in Australia at the moment over the last 10 years, that's not been the case. So as I say, we've got the Outlook report, which we have now published 3 times. Each successive Outlook report acknowledges that the situation is much worse than it was 5 years ago, and acknowledges that really not enough has been done about that.
Okay, I hope that answers your questions, Naomi. I'm sure that you can contact Lawrence privately to get more details about that. So this is the end of your session. So Lawrence, thank you very much. That was a very excellent presentation about the MPA management in China, and then how we can adopt or replicate some of the key strategies.
Lita, I have a question, Lita.
Okay, please.
So that's a terrifying question in the current situation. Actually, no, look, that's a very easy question. The first and foremost thing that I would do if in the extremely unlikely event that I would become Prime Minister is I would commit Australia to much deeper, much stronger action to reduce climate change. So in the budget just last week, our Australian government has made lots of talk about improving carbon emissions, but actually they are going slow as they possibly can. So they are transitioning from coal to natural gas, when Australia could be and should be and wants to be a global leader in renewable energy. So we should transition immediately to renewable energy, and we should have very strong market mechanisms and tax mechanisms to support industries which minimize emissions of greenhouse gases, and to support and to cost more, to transfer the costs of environmental damage to businesses that cause greenhouse gas emissions, and more generally to businesses that cause environmental harm. So we need to be using the governance to bring the economics to support the environment instead of to undermine the environment. And we really need to be doing that with the business sector. If you think about Indonesian society, in Australian society, even Chinese society, we all talk in academic circles as if it's all about research and it's all about private action. People go home and recycle their plastics and everything will be fine. But most of the impacts in the world are driven by the business world, even in places like China. And so we need to have much better engagement with business world and to have, so WWF has produced a couple of documentaries recently called Our Planet, Our Business, and another one about the investment world, the finance world, and our planet. And I really recommend viewing those to everybody so that you can have an understanding of how we can really change the drivers, the economic drivers, which currently lead to overexploitation of fisheries and loss of sharks and plastic pollution. We need circular economies, and we need business drivers to be supporting us, not undermining us. Sorry, a bit of a soapbox answer to your question, Jamal, but you invited it.
So, Prof. Jamal, is that answering your question?
Yes, thank you.
So we are looking forward to have you as the Prime Minister of Australia, Lawrence.
If only you could all vote.
We will support you from Indonesia. Okay, thank you so much. I was checking. There is no more questions that I missed. So again, I hope to see you again next time in different occasions. And good luck for you for all your endeavor in the future. And yeah, have a good day, Lawrence. Okay, now we're going to the next panelist, and I would like to share my screen again at the moment and would like to introduce Dr. Martin.
Hi, everyone.
Okay, unfortunately, I cannot have your face here because you're using your dive keys. So yeah, that's okay. I'm pretty sure now it's midnight in Europe, okay?
I'm actually in Australia. It's a long story, but I'm in Australia at the moment.
Oh, that's good. That's good. So I would like to introduce Dr. Martin de Brouwer. Excuse me if I'm wrong spelling your name. From the University of Leeds School of Biology, and he is a National Geographic explorer. His areas of expertise in the marine ecology, soft sediment conservation, biodiversity, and cryptobenthic fauna. He's also a member of Australian Coral Reef Society and Australian Society for Fish Biology. I'm pretty sure you can find his scientific publication by typing down Dr. Martin's name, and then you can read lots of information about him. So I give you the time to present your materials. I welcome you, Dr. Martin de Brouwer.
Okay, thank you. I will share my screen. Let me just make sure I share the right one. There we go. Can everyone see my screen? I'm going to take that as a yes.
Your screen very well.
Yes.
All right. So thanks for the introduction. I am a research associate with the University of Leeds, but I'm also linked to Curtin University in Australia. And I'm a member of the IUCN, the seahorse and pipefish work group as well. So some of my work is in that atmosphere too. Today I want to talk about something that links a few of the previous talks together. It's about methods of monitoring. So not specific on how to manage, but something that is very important for management. So I'm not sure what is it. There we go. We've heard about the blue economy, and often it's a dream. Like we write about this in papers, we talk about it, and it's this amazing picture where there's beautiful coral reefs and everyone enjoys it, and the local communities make the most of it, and there's an abundance of fish everywhere. Unfortunately, the reality is quite different, right? So there's overfishing. There's all of destructive fishing, and resulting in completely destroyed coral reefs. There's oil pollution, plastic pollution, and as a result, that blue economy often isn't really what it should be, and that very much depends on management. But there's a few very important bottlenecks in management that some people have already talked about. One of the first, simplest one is it needs to be there. Management needs to be present, and then that kind of depends on political will. If there's no will to manage, it's not going to happen. The next big bottleneck in many places is the fact that it needs to be enforced, which is linked to political will, and very often, in my experience, is linked to the budget that's available as well for enforcement. Another crucial part of effective management is the support of stakeholders. Everyone who uses marine resources needs to be involved in the process of starting your management and in reviewing the management as well. And then what is necessary is accurate data on all of these aspects, but especially also on your environment. And so this monitoring is where the sphere that I usually work with. Traditionally, there's been done, what I usually did as well was on scuba, right? So there's lots of visual surveys, but in the last 20, 30 years, there's been this explosion of new methods going far beyond scuba, whether it's remote video systems, whether it's robots, drones are becoming very, very fast, becoming an important use. There's remote sensing, whether it's LiDAR or satellites. And then there's eDNA, which we've talked about previously, right? So the eDNA, for people who haven't heard of environmental DNA, very briefly, it's a method that's been used commonly in microbiology for maybe 20 years, but it's only in maybe the last 10 years that in large environments and whole ecosystems we've been using it. And it's based on the fact that all living organisms shed DNA. Whether it's through feces or through skin or mucus, but there's lots of DNA in the water. which we can collect. If we collect water and then filter it, we can get those fragments of DNA. Another method of getting it is using sediment, for the oceans at least. There's a few other methods, but for the oceans, it's usually used with water or sediment. And the result in the end is that we have a whole lot of data on what is there and what isn't there. So we can, with a few samples of water, we can detect sharks, but also turtles or seagrass or corals. So how can that actually be used for management? The way it's currently used, for example, is for eradication of invasive species. This is usually in terrestrial systems, in lakes. For example, in the US, eDNA is used to detect when invasive, very detrimental fish species arrive, to then put programs in place. It can be used for single species management, to, for example, do diet analysis to see what species have been eating, whether it's endangered species or not. Then you can use it to study how distribution of species changes. Very useful when you're looking at climate change, and for example, processes like tropicalization. And overall, it can be used to evaluate all kinds of management strategies, whether you're looking for invasive species, cryptic species, or very rare species. You can use eDNA to detect it. But there's much more to eDNA than just single species work. Colleagues of mine, Mike Stett, he's done some great work where we do so-called tree of life surveys. And for just, so the trees you see here is just for about 10 liters of water. And we detected, well, Mike detected around, I think it was about 200 species of fish, but on top of that, hundreds of species of invertebrates and corals and algae and so on. So with the same sample effort, and this 10 liter of water is basically collected in 5 minutes, you have your whole tree of life of what's present on coral reefs. Something I've been working on personally with Dr. Joey De Battista is work on using it to detect anthropogenic impact. So this is from a study we did in Japan where we showed quite clearly that using eDNA, you can see signals of more or less impacted habitats on coral reefs. What's also interesting is you can use it to test differences between depths. So you'll have different signals whether you take eDNA at the surface or at the bottom or at different depths. And something we're working on at the moment is looking at biogeography, where we show, this is in Oman, where we show that eDNA is just as good, or in some cases even better than traditional visual methods to detect how your biogeography of a coastline changes. And all of that is actually quite relevant to spatial planning, which then leads into management. So for those who are not really familiar with spatial planning, it's what underlines lots of management decisions or management planning, really. So what the whole goal is of spatial planning is to evaluate trade-offs between conserving habitat or conserving species and how that relates to the socioeconomic situations, to how users need those habitats or those species, and to see which areas you would protect and in which way to do this best. The process on how eDNA can help, I'll just go through the process of spatial planning. So the first step on spatial planning is you need to do your scope and your cost. If you want to manage anything, you need to first decide what you're going to do and how much it's going to cost. And for eDNA, this is quite important because it can be quite pricey. So it should be used at your planning state. Then in spatial planning, you then talk to your stakeholders, to everyone who's involved. You look at what the context is, what you know about your current system, and then you'll establish a few broad goals. And then the real work starts. You want to collect data on socioeconomic situations, on the value of your resources, but also you want to have a baseline of your biodiversity, which is, again, something where we can use eDNA to either target specific species, whether you're interested in sharks or coral, you can use it all, or if you want to do the full tree of life metabarcoding. Next step is spatializing your data. So the data you just collected, to kind of go, where does this fit in different areas? Again, for eDNA, they're quite spatially restricted, so you can do it on quite a small scale. And then using the data you have, you put specific and very explicit quantifiable objectives, which again, you can do with eDNA, whether you want to define them as a certain presence of valuable species or the disappearing of endangered species. So these are the kind of things that you can set as objectives. And obviously you test your objective, how well you're doing at the moment. And from that base, you then identify which areas you would protect. Then you implement your actions, and importantly, as talked about before, you then evaluate what's going on, monitor and readdress or change your strategies. And so for this monitoring and evaluation, the follow-up, you can again use eDNA. So it sounds like a bit of what people are saying at the moment, or what you're reading in the literature now. It sounds like the golden child, eDNA, is going to solve all the problems, but there's definitely a lot of weaknesses with which come with a new method. One of the big ones is the risk of contamination. So it's very very sensitive, this method. So it's really easy to contaminate it, which means that before you can really use it properly, you need the expertise, and you need also quite state-of-the-art facilities, which are not unfortunately available in every country. Another big issue with eDNA is the presence of reference databases. So for some species, especially charismatic species like sharks or whales, there's good reference databases. But if you don't have a database with molecular data on say invertebrates or lots of the very diverse marine fauna in Indonesia, you can't really know what species are around. Another big stumbling block is the cost, which often people tend to shut up about in their reviews of this. It can get very pricey, eDNA. So whether or not this can be done on a large scale remains to be proven, and there need to be some reductions in cost as well. Then for me, one of the big weaknesses of eDNA is we can't have abundance yet. So at the moment, we can tell whether a species is there or whether it's not there, but we don't know how much of it is there. So it's not quite comparable yet to underwater visual sensors like scuba or video surveys, though there's lots of labs working on this. And then another issue is, for some very rare species, there might be very limited DNA in the water or in your sediment. So whether or not you can detect them, that's also a stumbling block. So very briefly, I forgot about this one. One of the things you do get with eDNA, you get a lot of data. You get huge files with lots of presences of taxonomic units, and sometimes there's just so much data, it's quite hard to interpret what it actually means for your system. So what we've been doing in addressing some of the weaknesses, or what I've been doing in the last few years, is a big example is the Wallacea project, which is a big collaboration with the university I'm currently employed at, but also Hasanuddin University and Patimura University in Ambon. So this project, what we're doing is we're comparing large-scale visual surveys in Makassar, in Halmahera, Ambon, with even larger-scale eDNA surveys to see just how much we can do with this new method. One of the things I'm particularly interested in with comparing the two is to find out whether what we traditionally use as important indicators of a healthy ecosystem, like large fish, whether there's other indicators that might work even better. So what we will do is not just look at the big fish, but we'll also look at invertebrates, for example, but even microorganisms. So my molecular colleague in Essex will be doing tests whether certain bacteria and even viruses are maybe a good indicator for change in a system. And one of the things we're doing to deal with this very, very large amount of data we're doing is constructing species interaction network. So to imagine what this is, it's a little bit like a food web, but what we do is co-occurrence networks. These networks look at which species appear together in certain sites or never appear together. What this means is not necessarily that they eat each other or they're in a symbiosis, but it could be that certain environmental impacts influence both species in a similar way. So that way, what we usually see in these kind of networks is, for example, the pictures here, they tend to get a bit less diverse or less complex network. So this is a healthy network, and as impacts increase, you see that connections decrease as well. So your system starts breaking up. So what this is from current work, what I've been doing. So this is a network. One of the things you can show with these network analysis is how biogeography and how habitats break up. So the ZOTUs are operational taxonomic units, and they represent species, but for the purpose, it doesn't really matter here. What matters is the colors that we see. The red represents samples where we see these are always co-occurring on coral reefs, and then the green ones are co-occurring on more turbid sites, whereas the yellow little module is a species that occur on soft sediment sites. And the interesting thing is, so the green links between your connections are the ones that co-occur together. So there's links between your turbid and your healthy coral reefs, which means if they're doing well, the other one is doing well as well. But the links between the soft sediment and the algae, or the turbid reefs, are negative. So if one goes up, the other goes down, and vice versa, which is quite an interesting finding. This is some preliminary data for Indonesia itself, where I'm testing to see how coral reef functions. So we've got a healthy reef on the left and a less healthy reef on the right. And instead of doing species, what I've been mapping here is the function of certain fish. So these are all fish, and it's the function they produce. So for example, one function, FG40, could be is a planktivorous fish, like a small fairy wrasse, for example, which will co-occur with other systems. And what is interesting in this method, so as I said, this is quite preliminary, is what I'm starting to see is that certain key species, certain predators will have lots of links, and when you take them away, they disturb the system quite strongly. So very much still a work in progress, but it's one of these very exciting new things we can work with. Another thing I've been working on is funded by National Geographic and links to the Wallacea project, where we're trying to go to remote regions. So the problem with going to very remote areas where there's no facilities for scuba is you can't go there with, like what we did in Spermonde is with a team of about 15 people. You just can't go there and go scuba diving. So I went there with one colleague, or Indonesian collaborators in the project went to go collect eDNA. So it's very light on logistics, which makes it a lot easier to go sample. So for this, we at one point spread into 4 different teams who went at different sites at the same time, which vastly increases the speed with which you can get data. And one of the things I'm interested in is how this could be used for citizen science, a bit like a naturalist, but then for eDNA. So it's one of the things that I'm trying to explore, which would be fantastic, where we can let, whether it's fishermen or undergraduate students or even tourists, go collect water, which then gets analyzed to see how well reefs are doing.
Excuse me, Martin, your time is up.
Okay, no worries. I'll just go to the conclusion. So you can use it for rare species as well. Some of my work on sea dragons is there. What is happening, so the conclusions is what will happen in the future is the cost is definitely decreasing. The speed of analysis is going up from what used to be years, well, up to a year, to now a few weeks. And we will get to abundance data as well. What would happen ideally in, say, 20, maybe even shorter, maybe 10 years time, is get a system where you have real-time management of real-time monitoring in situ, where you can get real-time information on your whole system in maybe a day after sampling. You have the whole thing. So there's a lot going on in the monitoring scene, and eDNA will definitely be a tool that's used in the future, but there's still a lot to be done there. So we'll see. I'm very excited to see what's going on, what will happen in the next few years with this. That's about it. So sorry for going over time.
No worries. I saw there are 2 questions actually, so it's just would like to see. Yes, there is a question from Widya Stuti Uma. He asked, what causes the eDNA extraction sample to be eligible even though the optimization has been done?
Oh, there can be many things. So to be entirely clear, I'm not a molecular scientist per se, so I don't do the lab work. That's my colleague in Essex. I go collect the samples and then do the data analysis. There can be many things. One of the things can be the preservation of the samples after collecting it. So it is essential that once you collect it, it is either frozen within, say, 15 minutes, or preferably the moment you filter it, it should be frozen at ideally minus 80, but if you can, even at minus 10 would be fine, but your sample needs to be frozen as soon as possible. Or another thing you can do if you don't have a freezer nearby is use a buffer for your DNA. We usually in Indonesia, we use the Longmire solution, which works quite well. So that could definitely be an issue. More technical, if you've got questions, feel free to email me, and then I'll pass you on to Alessia, she's the real lab expert, so she can probably help you out with more specific information.
Okay, that will be great if you can share your email address. And there's also a question from Murali, but unfortunately, because our time is limited, would you please respond into the chat box and then answer?
Yeah, I'll respond in the chat. No problem. No problem.
Okay, thank you so much, Martin. Well, actually, it's very interesting to hear about this eDNA initiative, or the development of the DNA for monitoring, for sure. This is a very revolutionary monitoring method. Yeah, and then we are in Indonesia, still looking forward to have that. If you have any plan in the future to do eDNA research in sharks and rays, it will be great because we are very looking forward to get more information about sharks and rays in Indonesia.
We are running primers we will run primers for sharks and rays as well on the data we have. So we've got about 2,000 samples that are being analyzed in the moment from all the sites that were in the presentation. So we've got, I think, about 140 sites.
Yeah.
And so we will run primers for sharks and rays as well to see what's present. So yeah, we're very excited about it as well.
It'll be interesting because, as we know, as the migratory species, we would like to have an extensive information and knowledge about whether there is a link between Indonesia and the Philippines and Australia in terms of the family trees and history. And I think I'm going to send you an email about this.
Absolutely, feel free to do so.
Okay, thank you so much, Dr. Martin de Brouwer.
All right.
Have
no worries.
Nice Saturday.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. Have a good day. Bye.
Okay, bye-bye. Now we are coming to our last panelist. And then it's lovely to have another female in this session. So I will introduce you. Second, I'll share my screen. Dr. Naomi Gardiner. She's from James Cook University. She's a marine biologist. She studies behavior and ecology of coral reef fish, ecosystem health, and fisheries science. Field research work on reefs in Australia, Papua New Guinea, and Indonesia. And today, she will share with us about the very cute family fish, a cardinal fish from South Sulawesi. So, hello, Dr. Naomi.
Hi, everyone. Thank you for inviting me. It's well, I wish I was there with you, but here we are. So,
yeah, we are looking forward for this COVID to be end, so we can do conferences and then we can meet and have a discussions and others. And then so with the rest of the time, you have 15 minutes, and then please we welcome Dr. Naomi.
Great, thank you. You can see my screen?
Yes.
Excellent. So I am going to talk to you about some biology and ecology this morning. It's still morning here, and I do have lots of birds, so you can just enjoy them in the background. I just want to start by acknowledging the traditional owners of the land and the sea country where I am in Australia, and that's the Bindal and the Wulgurukaba people. And I will also acknowledge the land and sea owners of, particularly in Papua New Guinea, where a lot of this work was conducted, and that's in New Britain and the Tamara Kilu area there. So I have titled my talk here, The Stability, Certainty and Family Life in Coral Reef Fish, and that's become very important to all of us this year, or we've realised the importance of these things. And I thought I might try and tell you a bit of a story about how these things are also really important to reef fish, and some thoughts I've got about what's the application for us in this, particularly in management and developing, helping reefs become more resilient. You know, how do these kind of things matter in management? Hang on. Go. Okay, so this is obviously a presentation from a group of us that have done this work. So it's been done in collaboration with Professor Jeff Jones here at JCU, and also Dr. Teresa Ruger, who is now based at Boston University. I really want to acknowledge the amazing support of Max Benjamin. Max was the founder and owner of Wollindi Plantation Resort, and he passed away a few months ago this year. But his support has just underpinned all of this research and a lot of our ongoing research where the group's been working in Papua New Guinea. And there's obviously lots of other collaborators that have been involved in helping out some of the work that I'll present today. So we've heard a little bit today about, you know, coral reefs already. I think it was Lawrence that probably raised that term, ecosystem services. Thank you for the introduction there. And as you all know, coral reefs provide essential ecosystem services to our physical environments, our culture and our well-being, and our seafood resources. So in particular, through the physical structure, protecting the coasts and the islands from storms, through the geochemical cycles that actually give us a piece of land to build our house on in the first place, and of course by providing food, tourism and the related jobs from the marine environment. But today I just want to draw our attention to what reef provides, what are the services that fish get out of coral reefs. And physically there's of course the habitat. So it's incredibly important to have a house to live in so that you can raise your young. It's important that you've got a little fish has got somewhere to hide in the first place when it gets to the reef, to be able to hide from predators and start finding food. So there's this physical structure of a reef, the habitat, there's the social place that a reef provides. So somewhere to hang out with your friends, somewhere to meet your future mate and obviously raise your young. So that social environment is really important. And the stability of places on the reef is actually really important for fish communities, and thinking about what a reef provides for fish is, I think, really important and exciting in terms of applying this biological ecological knowledge that we can find out, particularly for reef restoration things in the future. So I'm going to tell you a bit of a story about cardinal fish that I've worked a lot on, and they're a bit of a case study here. So if you don't know what cardinal fish are, and I think most of you will know about them, of course, just near you in Spearmonde, you've got the endemic home of the Bangai cardinal fish, but there's lots and lots of different types of cardinal fish. They are the 5th most abundant and diverse group of fish that we have, and particularly on coral reefs. We find them in nearly every aquatic environment. So you'll see them hanging out in big groups under caves or under ledges. You'll find them along the in the harbour, in the port, among the rocks there, under mangrove roots and the sea urchins. They're in seagrass beds, and there's quite a lot to be found in the branching corals, and especially in the Spearmonde group where I've been able to go diving there. So the background picture is a very common sight of how you'll see cardinal fish. They're really important in the trophic system on coral reefs because they eat plankton and everything else likes to eat them. So our coral trout, our snapper, our other juvenile predatory fish, really hang out around these cardinal fish aggregations. And so they've got a very important role in the trophic transfer there. Importantly, when we're diving, we'll see them during the day and they're just hanging out, resting, basically sleeping. You'll see them in big groups with lots of different species. So just in this picture, there's 3 or 4 different species hanging out together, which itself is pretty weird ecologically compared to other fish. At night time or at dusk, they will leave their daytime sleeping place and head out onto the reef or into the waters and feed on the plankton there. So I want to highlight and get you thinking about how specific reef fish are in the type of habitat they're using. And these are kind of my take-home messages, but we'll see that, you know, every coral is not the same. Every colony of coral is not the same. Every reef is not the same. And reef fish, like humans, are very specific in the type of place that they like to be in. So the brand of the house, the design of it matters, the location, and also the family dynamics there as well. So just some really quick overviews of work that we've been doing. And this is a graph that shows you a few different species, and it shows you if we go out and count the fish that are out there and write down what they're living in, and we catalogue that. These are the different coral species along the x-axis. Basically, you see this big peak in the middle, and that in this site in Kimby Bay and in most other sites, they really like this one kind of coral, which is this Parietes cylindrica branching coral there. So there's a really strong preference from lots of different species to be living in this kind of shaped coral for some reason. Architecture matters. So it turns out that bigger is better. So the bigger the coral colony is, the more likely you will find fish, the cardinal fish groups hanging out in that coral, usually. And so this is a percent occupancy chart here. So the red bars indicate how the proportion of corals that are occupied, and you see that as we get larger coral colonies, you tend to get it's more likely that you'll find fish in there. But having said that, there's still lots of big coral colonies that are actually empty. And so of course we were like, oh, what's going on there? Why don't they just use all the corals that are available? But it turns out that these fish are really they're aggregating together. They're social creatures like humans, and so they'd actually rather be together a lot of the time than they would be on their own. And so we looked into what's called their site fidelity, and it turns out that a lot of these coral heads are traditional sites, so to speak. So these fish will come back to exactly the same coral colony, and actually they also come back to the same positions within their coral colony, like bedrooms, so to speak. And so we monitored where they were in a coral colony over time and found out that, you know, most of them are coming back to the same sort of 60 square metre area. A lot of them are coming back to the same spot. And over time, like over generations of these fish, that same coral colony will have fish in it, while the one next door won't have any fish in it. So it's like a traditional site, yeah. This site fidelity is actually so strong that if you put a fish on a different reef, it will come back to that same colony. And I won't go into it, but we did some work investigating that. So just their motivation to get home is so crazy that even though we think they shouldn't, for some reason they managed to get back across open water. So one of the questions that's raises is, well, why are they so attached to that one side? Is it I don't know, some kind of physical feature, or maybe it's just the other fish that you're with. It's that social condition that really matters. And so this is where Dr. Ruger, Teresa, did her PhD work, looking at the pajama cardinal fish here and the social dynamics that are driving this site fidelity as well. And what she actually found out is that there's differences in the social behaviour of these fish does really affect if they're staying home, if they're moving around, and how many different sites they will use. So she found that the pairing of these fish is really quite strong. And by using the home site, it actually, like by coming back to the same spot every day, it helps them maintain their relationship. So if you come back to the same spot and your mate comes back to the same spot, you're both going to find each other again, right? Even though you've left at night time to go and feed. So Teresa also did some other work looking at the amount of sneaking behaviour that's going on. So there's definitely a bit of promiscuity in these fish, and got some really interesting results that you can read up on later on. So it seems like, you know, these traditional sites are being used, and one of the things that we've just published this year actually is that there's self-recruitment back, not just to the same reef, which is amazing in itself, but to the same sites, to the same colonies, and even to the same group of fish. So these reef fish are actually recruiting you know, the babies are out and they've got a pelagic larval duration, they're out for a little while in the water column, but then they actually, a high proportion of them are finding their way back to these same little colonies. And so that's probably what's underpinning the traditional site use, that you can go to the same spot on the reef a few years later on and you'll still find a group of cardinal fish there and they still won't be next door. And so there seems to be quite a bit of self-recruitment going on there. So some really interesting dynamics socially there. So just thinking about, well, you know what, this is all really interesting. I love behavioral ecology of fish, so it's really interesting, but why does it matter? How does it help us, you know, manage or rebuild, rehabilitate a reef? So if we think about the fact that these reef fish that I've shown you are really particular, they're really particular about the type of habitat they're in, the design, the location, and what other fish are using that. Now, different fish are going to have different preferences, and that's going to be at different scales. Okay, so you know, yeah, depending on how big the fish is and their particular behaviour. But we would find, if we look across any particular reef fish, that there's a specific degree of preference that they have for a particular area or neighbour. You know, they're not random in their space use. So I've just been thinking about, and I really just kind of want to inspire you all with more questions about how we might use this information to restore reefs and, you know, enhance resilience and the sustainability of reefs. And so off Spear Monday, you know, that with the Mars group and with UNHAS, you're just doing amazing work and being leaders in the techniques on coral restoration with the Mars stars or spider techniques there, and having amazing success at rehabilitating and consolidating the rubble substrate and getting some just swathes of reefs being rebuilt there, and yeah, getting lots of small fish back on those things.
Your time is up.
Okay, this is my last slide, so that's fine. Thank you. And if we think about, well, what are the goals for fish communities? What are we rebuilding reefs for? If we're doing that for the fish and rebuilding fish, we can think about what habitat and neighbourhoods do specific fish need. Maybe we can design somehow by building particular patches to stimulate migration and self-recruitment on some of these restored sites. So thinking about, or reef restoration for ikan kakap or ikan kerapu, you know, what do those particular fish need? What are their social dynamics? How do we design a reef and put the right coral on there that they might actually need? So there's lots of things about that we need to do around exploring fish behaviour, its diversity, the particular needs of different fish, and that gives us a greater understanding of the ecosystem. But we can totally harness that understanding to think about the design and the management, particularly with restoring reefs. And I'm just really excited in the future about all the collaborations that we can do together, and how UNHAS and Spear Monday and other places in Indonesia can really show Australia on the Great Barrier Reef how to do this well for different fish groups. So thank you very much, everyone. Thank you for having me, and that's all.
Thank you very much, Naomi. Yeah, we're looking forward for future collaboration, research collaboration. Seems awesome with all the, you know, experiences that you have, and in the Great Barrier Reef, and in Indonesia, you know, we're very rich with the coral reef ecosystem and the coral fish, and yeah, there are lots of things that we can do together for sure, especially with UNHAS. And I've checked the chat box. There is no questions. So because we are also tight with the time, I would like to say thank you to you. And then just a bit of highlight over here that Naomi exposed the ecology and behavior of reef fish. She illustrated how reef fish provided stable and predictable resources for fish life. So it's time for us to get together and, you know, initiate strategic management so we can have a sustainable future for our marine ecosystem. Okay, thank you so much, Naomi. I hope to see you again next time in different occasions.
Yes, thank you, everyone.
Thank you. Have a good day.
Thank you.
Okay, so this is the end of my session and also the end of the sessions of plenary session 1. I would like to send our gratitude to our keynote and also 5 honorable panelists that has been such a wonderful information, sharing experience, and also updated on all the initiatives that they've been doing on their field. And also for the participant, thank you so much for investing your time with us on these Saturday mornings. And they still have some agendas after this. So see you next time, and I give it back to the MC.
Excellent. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. So again, we'd like to say thank you for the moderator, Ibu Dr. Maulia Sarihani, very well said. And thank you so much for the keynote speaker, Dr. Peter Moose. And then for the 5 panelists, was such an incredible presentation. And then before we move and announce the next agenda, we would like to announce for all the participants, and we kindly invite for all the participants here, we have 151 to choose the best poster for this event. And then the committee already shared the poster on the screen and also the link for drop your option. So on your screen, we already show around more than 10 posters that we hope that all the participants will be able to join and participate in select or choose the best poster for today. And in order to participate in this session, please kindly check the chat Zoom here in the chat room. The committee already shared the link. Well, so while waiting for all the participants participate in this, okay, so everyone can see here that we already showed the posters. Yep. And we would like to announce again for the next session, we will have parallel sessions. And then in this parallel session, until 5:20 p.m. today, there are 3 parallel sessions. All right, and then ladies and gentlemen, all the participants and attendees will already show you based on the number of the poster and the name. So all the format and also the way we choose or choose the option already been linked. The committee already dropped the link on the room chat. Okay, so we already saw there are on your screen, we have already 6 already been shown. And then while we are I look at the screen, please directly to open the link on the chat room to fill the form. This is the poster number 7. We already show 5 posters so far. And this is number 8. We already show 8 posters so far. Please do participate. So we already have 149 participants. Hopefully all of the participants are able to participate to choose the best poster for today. All right, and this is poster number 9. And this is number 10. The poster number 11, ladies and gentlemen. And this is the poster number 12. So by seeing how the poster is presented and also the content will be really helpful to determine which one is the best poster for today. Number 13. And we are moving forward to number 14. So the poster for today came from different or across university. Okay, and then the last one is number 15. This is the last one. So in total, we have 5 posters to be chosen as the best poster for the session. So we are going to close the session for best posters, or we still have a time to choose. And here we show that we are going to show you directly the result of the polling session on the screen. All right, we are looking for the link for the posters. Yeah, we are going to ask the committee, please. Oh yeah, here, there you go. So, dear participants, please kindly check. We already share or launch the link for the posters. In total, we have 15 posters. All right. Oh, yeah, here there is a statement 1 done. While we still open for the polling session, and then we are going to reshare again the announcement and the posters. I believe all the posters already been seen by all the participants, and then the link already shared by the committee on chat room. So we look at again. This is poster number 1. And then poster number 2. So we are trying to reshow it again for all the posters. So for all of you who already vote, thank you. And then we are still waiting for the other participants to be participated in this polling. Number 3. We are in number 3 so far. In total, we have 15 posters. And number 4 already. And now number 5. Thank you so much for the participants who already voted for this polling. And we reshare again the posters. So the participants are able to see clearly before determine the best posters. Number 7 so far. Number 8 by Ambot Tuo. And we are coming forward to number 9 by Andi Alia. Number 10 by Badraini. The polling session is still open. And here we go, number 11. And 4 more posters, number 12 and 13. We have 2 more remain posters. This is number 14. And right, number 15 as the last posters. So thank you for vote. And then please, we still waiting for the participants from to participate in this polling. We have 144 in total. So the polling is still open. We are still waiting for the participants.
Dear MC, could you please your chat room, read your chat room?
Let's close. All right. So let's close the polling session, and we're gonna know where will the announcement. Will we announce the announcement? Okay, so we are going to see who will be the winner for the best poster today. A few moments later, not now. Still waiting for the curiosity. Well, ladies and gentlemen, after the plenary session 1, we are going forward to the parallel session. And then for now, it's time for break. While we have a break, we are going to arranging meeting rooms. Start from 11:30, and then today we're gonna have a 3 parallel session till 5:20 p.m. So we are pleased to the committee for this session, arranging meeting rooms. We're gonna have parallel session 1 with 5 papers per room. So the committee will gonna help us with this while we have a break 1. So, ladies and gentlemen, while we are waiting for the committee to arrange the meeting rooms, probably you want to grab a coffee, snack, or tea. So, we are going to announce the parallel session in 5 minutes later. Please grab a coffee or a tea or snack.
Diadema setosum. And the second, we know that Diadema setosum is a greater omnivorous feeder and also can ingest animals, detritus, and also especially tulsi grass. And the second pathway is the reason why microplastic very high in their body, because one system is very unique, namely water vascular system. Seawater can exchange in the body of sea urchin throughout madreporid and enter their body of Diadema setosum. I think this is the reason why microplastic very high in the body of biota. Thank you.
I guess maybe diadema is so exposed to different sources of microplastic from the food and from the water itself and from the sediment, right? So that's why maybe they can accumulate a lot of microplastics and as well as other pollutants, I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. If there are no more questions for Rahmat, then we will proceed to the next presenter, which is also in microplastic, Ega Adi Wicaksono. Time is yours. Well, thank you, Rahmat, for the very interesting presentation.
Okay, my pleasure, ma'am.
Okay.
Thank you. Is my screen already shared to everyone?
Yes, we can. Yes, we can see.
Okay. Thank you for the opportunity. My name is Ega Wicaksono, and
easily recognized. So there is
Hello, Ibu Johanani, are you still here? Are you still there? Oh, I think the network bandwidth.
okay, sorry.
Yeah. Are you there?
You can see it?
No, I think you stop screen. You already stopped your screen.
Because we have a problem before. Okay.
Yeah, we can see it.
Okay. Sorry. So before the bluebird parrotfish, we can say protogeny hermaphrodites, but the hermaphroditism in gonochoric parrotfish is not always easily recognized. So there is always some doubt. Although previous studies have reported a lot about hermaphrodite protogeny in coral reef fish and parrotfish, however, coral reef fish, particularly gonochoric parrotfish, still need a deeper study. For example, in this species. Therefore, why it is necessary to study the form of hermaphroditism, protogeny or not, in bluebird parrotfish. Is to for the hermaphroditism in bluebird 19 to June 2020 using samples of bluebird parrotfish from Spermon Islands waters, which were landed at Rajawali Fish Landing Site. Biological aspects analyzed were sex ratio, gonad maturity, and size at first maturity. And you can see the result, sex ratio. During the study period, there was 169 samples of bluebird parrotfish, consist of 22 male fish and 26 female fish. and 121 unidentified sex. Sex ratio related
north, and then when the Australian monsoon influence is come from south. So this make a complex wind system on the studied area. This affect many livelihood of in this area, especially in fisheries and transportation. So next, we need to more study the climate in order in the synoptic scale and in many fields, also in the Kalimantan mainland and also in Sulawesi Sea as well. The conclusion: this study investigates wind regimes from northeast coast of Kalimantan. The results show the existence of complex patterns encompassing the combination of the archetype and monsoonal pattern. The sea breeze as an archetype of or original wind system are influenced by differential pressure between Sulawesi and Kalimantan. This local sea breeze is seasonally influenced by the monsoonal cycle. Both systems then intertwine to make a complex pattern of wind regime. Further research is needed to study synaptic patterns with a longer recording range in combination with other climatological
2000 June 2000. Aspect biology that analyzed was sex ratio, gonad maturity, and size at first maturity. The result is the percentage of male is smaller than female. The 1 point, the comparison is 1 and 2.45. The sex ratio based on the sampling period picture A, and it's one different only, and more clear when we see the sex ratio based on the length classes. We see here the small specimen is all of female, and the big specimen is all of male. So it's very clear that this species is protogeny, hermaphrodite protogeny, and the sex transition is occur starting about 15.3 to 26.8 until here. The transition size from male to female. And maturity stage, we can see the difference between
and then to describe their implication to skipjack fishery. Use the simple data of method like this just to combine field and satellite data. Fishery data consists of fishing position and catch per unit effort. So satellite remote sensing comprised of sea surface temperature and chlorophyll. We combine that and mapping sea surface temperature image, and also applying the single image as detection algorithm developed by Koyula and Conelon to get in SST temperature, sea surface temperature from map, and then plot in fishery data and try to locate the skipjack tuna fishery. here, just to highlight that the highest catch of skipjack we find in the second transition season. That's in October, and the lowest one in May. So we try to explore more detail about in October here. Now, just to show that distribution pattern thermal front using 1 degree, 1 kilometers sea surface temperature resolution from June to September, we can understand that the difference, the thermal front difference from June to July, and also August and September. We have found that this is a very concern about the months. So here we would like to specific analyze how about the distribution of skipjack fish and grounds in October, and try to relate to the thermal front positions, and we get that mostly fishing set conducted around the thermal fronts. You can see the distance to the nearest thermal fronts. It's about from more than 0 to 40 kilometer thermal.
Is after the
weir.
weirs.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, it looks like it's decreasing, right? The abundance is decreasing, but there is no differences.
Statistical actually is no differences.
Yeah,
No
statistically no differences, but the trend in the histogram show us that there is a trend to a decreasing number of microplastic after the weirs, right? So probably the weirs block the microplastic from the upstream to the lower part, right? Yeah, I guess so. Okay, that is an interesting topic, Ega. Thank you very much. I don't know, there is no questions for you. So I guess I have to move to the last presenters in the first session, which is myself. Okay, so yeah, Ega, please, can you, okay, you are already unshare, right? So I will share now my presentation. Okay. Can you see my presentation? Hmm? Wait. Bukan itu ya. Wait. Where is my presentation? Oh. Why I cannot find my file?
Coba dibuka yang terbuka, yang sudah terbuka itu di situ apa?
Wait. Excuse me. Okay. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Okay, my presentation is about microplastic contamination in beach sediment of Puntondo coastal region in Takalar, South Sulawesi in
So because we have a problem with connection with Pak Dodi, we are moved to the last presentation for Pak Ambok Tuo. Last presentation for this time, this session.
Yang.
Prof. Ambotua. Prof. Ambotua, can you hear my phone? Can you hear?
Sorry, Vidya. Vidya.
Yes.
He's already his presentation in room 3. So
Oh, okay.
Yeah, because high salinity actually normally in room 3 he present here. So
Oh yeah,
check it.
it's
Okay, sorry, yeah.
Okay, but it's no
Yeah.
problem.
Okay.
It's
You just write that high
we get
salinity.
confused.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Thank you very much.
Sorry.
For Pak Dodi,
Yes.
can
Can
you?
you hear me, Vidya?
Yeah, I can
Okay.
hear right
Okay.
now
Okay.
because your voice is missed in the middle of your presentation.
Okay.
So maybe you just try to the conclusion because
Okay.
yeah, we
So
have limit time.
so wait. Wait. So, okay, I repeat the conclusion. So we found 17 species of sponges from 15 genera and 15 families. The Haliclona cinerea is the most dominant spongy species in the seagrass meadow of Anikyang Island. And the last conclusion is most of station show low diversity index, except station 5 and station 7. I think that's all, Vidya.
Okay, thank you for Pak Dodi. For the question, we have one question for you from where is that?
From who? I cannot see the how to move.
Yeah, we have a question from Algifar. How do you identify spongy species? What is the key? Can you hear? Can you hear that, Pak Dodi? The question? Okay. There's a problem for Pak Dodi's audio. So for effectiveness, we Are you there, Ibu Arniati Masinai? Or maybe the representative of Ibu Arniati? Okay, while waiting for Ibu Arniati, we are moving ahead. Oh yeah, you are the Ibu Arniati Masinai? Okay. For the presenter, you can unmute the audio by yourself. So make sure before you speaking, you unmute your audio. Ibu Arniati, you can unmute your audio, please. Bapak Hairul, are you hear my voice? Sorry, are you hear my voice? Bapak Hairul Amri, we miss your voice. I can't hear your voice. Sorry.
Can you hear me?
Yes, very clearly. Thank you.
Okay.
So you have 7 minutes
Okay,
to do your presentation.
Okay.
Bapak Hairul Amri, the time is yours.
Yeah, okay. Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon, everybody. Let me to present a paper that we have make 5 of us at the study on zooplankton Tintinopsis in the river of
The eyes of the fish treated with the tea seed cake turn white in the middle, as you see. So from that, the result, the water quality during the tea seed cake treatment was ideal for the life of giant tiger prawn and Nile tilapia. Temperature range 27.5 to 29, pH 7.5 to 8.8, but dissolved oxygen 6.8 to 7.3. The result of the toxicity test showed that the giant tiger prawn was not affected by the dose of the tea seed cake tested at all levels of salinity. This reinforced the result of previous study, which reported that the tea seed cake dose of 200 to 250 kg per hectare to eradicate wild fish was safe for giant tiger prawn. Shrimp were not affected by the active ingredient of the tea seed cake, which is saponin, because they do not have red blood cell. They don't have the erythrocytes. The toxicity of tea seed cake was only effective in animals that have erythrocytes. The result of this toxicity test showed that
presentasi juga Nur Yuni.
Ada Ibu Ocha, ada Pak Salam di.
Halo, salam.
So Pak Prof Ahmad dan Prof Naja.
Bagaimana Pak Komar?
Alhamdulillah baik Prof.
Di mana aktivitas sekarang di mana?
Sekarang
orang WHO ini.
Makanya ditanya ke di mana sekarang.
Iya, ini saya ngurusi ini Prof bagian komunikasi. Jadi luckily ini bisa meet up, bisa ketemu guru besar saya, dosen favorit saya oceanografi perikanan Prof. Luckily saya senang sekali bisa ketemu. Dari sekian mata kuliah itu saya dapat A.
Masya Allah.
Bagaimana Pak Salam?
Oh itu sudah ada Pak Musbir, mungkin sudah mau mulai. Silakan Prof.
Ada, halo, halo,
iya.
Halo Prof Musbir. Halo. Kita bisa mulai Prof Musbir.
Silakan.
Ya. Halo. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Salam.
Oke, silakan.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Kalau di rumah
tidak. Oke. Ya.
Kalau di rumah tidak pakai masker.
Ladies.
Populated area in the city of Serang. Also, we collect secondary data and information from local community and local government. And for hydrodynamic model, we release like drifters weighed at about 1 gram made of plastic sachet with a time frame of observation in January 2018 by considering the tidal water discharge in Banten River and surface wind in January that represent the west monsoon. And also in July 2018 by considering the tidal water discharge in Banten River and surface wind in July that represent the
looking at mangrove-associated coral reefs and how they mediate coral bleaching under temperature-related stress. And then finally, at the end, I will be speaking on historical changes in functionally important ecosystem architects within the Wakatobi National Park in Southeast Sulawesi. So I think without any further ado, we can start with Azril. Do we have Azril here? Just see in the list.
Good afternoon.
Yes. Okay, so are you going to be sharing your screen with us?
I can share my screen.
Okay.
Share.
Perfect. So I'll hand over to you. I'm going to go on to mute now.
Okay. Okay, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Asril Junaidi. I'm going to talk about benefit sharing from whale shark tourism in Botubarani, Gorontalo, and Labuhan Jambu, Teluk Saleh. This is my research for my PhD. together with Professor Jamaluddin Jompa, Dr. Nadiarti Nurdin Kadir, Ahmad Bahar, Dr. Ahmad Bahar, and Sukirman Tilahunga is one of the Bone Bolango. He's working for Department of Tourism in Bone Bolango. My presentation outline consisted of introduction, material and methods, result and discussion, conclusion and reference. Let's talk about introduction. Whale shark have been called as ambassador of shark. We know that they have a big animals, planktonnivorous diet, surface feeding tendency, and slow movement, of course, and attractive from tourism standpoint. And also for the
spring so quickly onto your presentation because we're missing the other presenters. So if you want to share your screen, then we can go straight to your presentation.
Oh, okay, sure.
Okay, we have your screen there now. So as soon as you're ready, you can start. Thank you.
Yes. Thank you. I'm Nur Nining. Thank you for the opportunity that was given to me. I will simply my research entitled Community Perception and Participation in Mangrove Forest Preservation related to Carbon Absorption Service and Panikyang Islands, Baru Regency, South Sulawesi. This is research I did together with Abdul Malik, PhD, Amal Arfan, PhD, and Prof. Rosmini Maru, PhD. Introduction. As one of the largest archipelago countries in the world, Indonesia has a significant role in the management of its coastal area, essential as an effort to address climate change issues to sustain are very of vegetation from moderate tidal area of or river estuarial in tropical and subtropical area between latitude 30 derajat north and 30 derajat south. States the namely physical, ecological, and economical use. One of the islands in Baru-Regency that has mangrove forest in Panikyang Islands, based on the decree of the Baru region in 2014, Panikyang Islands was designated as a conservation area for coastal area and small islands, as well as an area that had the potential to be used as a means of ecotourism and education facilities. Visit and regional regulation number 20 of 2013 concession the regional special plan RTRW of Baru Regency, where the area mangrove forest on Panikyang Islands was 18 to 83 hectares, and in 2016 there was an additional area of mangrove forest area of 2157 hectares on Panikyang Islands, so that the R is 140 hectares, but there are still 104 hectares of the mangrove forest. The research is a descriptive qualitative quantitative study using research method or survey method. Research variable, the variable in study area are independent variable is perception and participation, and dependent variable is preservation of mangrove forest. In this study, using several stages, namely as follows. One, the preparation stage. At this stage, what had been done were formulation and limited the problem, reviewing relevant literature observation, then submitting a title, then making a research proposal, the proposal to the supervisor, then getting a seminar permit. Number two, data and information collection stage. EPT data collection was carried out in the field using several techniques, namely observation, interview, and documentation technique. Three, stage of processing and data analysis. This activity was to process data collected from the file which was done analysis, to find consolation, including consolation for the result of testing the research hypothesis. Number 4, the stage of preparing the research result in the form of a thesis. Data analysis to determine the validity of the question contained in the questionnaire instrument and the consistency of the instrument in measuring the same symptoms. The validity and reliability of the instrument was carried out. This is my maps of research location. Panikyang is one of the islands in Balusu district, Baru Regency. The distance between Madelo village and the center of the capital city of Baru Regency plus minus is 20 kilometers. This island is located in the western part of Madelo village with an islands area of 97.25 hectare. Result and discussion. Table 1, perception level category of Panikyang Islands community. Table 1 above saw the perception of the community in protection mangrove forest. It was evident that the level of perception was in the medium category. Table 2, factor affecting perception of the Panikyang Islands community. Based on table 2 above, the factor that influence people perception in protection mangrove forests are the factor of employment, income, lack of stay, and the role of government. Table 3, category of community participation level in Panikyang Islands. Table 3 above, so the community participation in activity the protect mangrove forest. The perception level is in the high category. Table 4, factor affecting community participation on Panikyang Islands. From table 4, it's evident that the factor that influence community participation in protection mangrove forest are the 8 factor: education level, occupation, income, and the role of government. Consolation, the people on Panikyang Islands have provided carbon sequestration service while maintaining the preservation of mangrove forest. The level of public perception in Panikyang Islands was in the medium category, and this was due to the lack of public knowledge of the benefit of mangrove forest as a mitigation of global climate change that is happening in the world today. However, community participation on Panikyang Islands was in the high category due to community awareness to preserve mangrove forests and the essence of regulation from the government not to overcut mangrove tree and not conserve mangrove forest in ponds.
Okay, no, can you just wrap up very quickly, please?
Yes. Sorry. And thank you.
Okay, thank you, Noor.
Sorry.
Does anybody have any questions for Noor? I don't see any questions yet. Okay. let me just check. We have Pak Rijal here. Hello, Pak Rijal. We are looking, doesn't look like we have any of the other three presenters yet. So if I can hand over to Pak Rijal for your presentation, we can go straight to you.
Yeah, it's not my time yet, but I think it's quite okay.
Yeah.
Yeah,
We're missing the first three talkers.
Oh, all right. But we have quite a few attendants. I think 12 is a good number.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay then. Let me see if I can share my screen. Apparently, yes, it can.
Yeah, we have your screen now. Perfect.
Okay. All right. So can you see my presentation today?
Yes, it's up.
Okay, it's up now. All right. Thank you, Rowan, for this opportunity to share my research with the others in this symposium. I'm kind of going to talk about a tale of two villages. Unfortunately, the time will be very limited, so I will just going to my investigation on the sustainability by comparing those two villages, but I'm not going to dive too deep into both villages. I'm just going to try to get the insights after comparing them. So, well, you know that our country here, Indonesia, is in the middle of the mega biodiversity, especially when we talk about the marine resources or coastal resources for that matter, because I'm going to talk about the mangrove this time. And as you can see, those two ecosystems, the mangrove and the rock coral reefs, are two ecosystems that are distributed all over the country, but mainly around the coastal areas. So the anthropogenic pressure to these resources certainly is very high. If we look at this new data, well, relatively new data, after the effort, the government attempt to map the national mangrove. Apparently, for now, there's only left 3.3 million hectares, whereas actually in the early 80s, that number was around at least 9 million hectares. So actually, we have lost more than 60%, more than half. Uh, I think around 70% that we have lost within the last 40 years. In Sulawesi itself, there's only left around 120,000 hectares of mangrove. So that number of reduction is even more in comparison to the national number. I'm going to limit my talk today about my research, which is part of my research. I'm going to limit them to these two key questions, research question. The first one, why do local people degrade its own resources?
few weeks ago, we went back and found the species still there again. So what we did is we had a look at the review on what is known about the distribution of this species, also its association with other seagrasses, because we found it in a multi-species meadow. It's interesting to know whether it's the same everywhere. And we wanted to prepare a herbarium, and the reason we're presenting the preparation of the herbarium here is that it's almost not many people these days realize A, the importance of preparing a herbarium, and B, how to do it, and actually how easy it is to do it. So the methods we used were the study and field observation with collections. We collected at low tide at depths of about 75 to 1.25 meters. The substrate was silty sand, and also grabbed up some, because the visibility wasn't very good, we just got what we could grab by feel of the other seagrass species present. And the herbarium was prepared and will be curated. So this is a little overview of the known distribution of this species that's actually reported as being there due to surveys. Several sites in Indonesia. Apart from our site, there's Lombok, the Rio Islands, the Wakatobi, and then nearby Singapore and Malaysia. A little bit further away, Australia, and it would seem that in Australia is the place where it's actually tends to form very wide expanses and is quite common and often the dominant species. So this is a picture of us doing the collection. When collecting a sample, it is very important to note the site collection and the features of the site. It's also extremely important to collect the entire plant, including the leaves, the rhizome, and the roots, if it is the flowering and fruiting season, which it may well not be, as it wasn't in our case. It's also best to collect the flowers and fruits. Collecting associated plants gives added value because then we know not only what the specimen looks like, but what is it, some idea of its ecology and what sort of community it lives in. If we're transporting it for a short time, all we have to do is to keep it out of the direct sunlight, keep it cool and moist. We can spread it out nicely and photograph it while still fresh, as in the photo at the bottom. I will say straight off, the photo in the top right-hand corner is not Halophila spinulosa. It's actually a seaweed, but it's just to show that stage of the preparation. The first stage being to clean off all the epiphytes and sand, gently using a brush and clean water, and this often requires repeated washing. The specimen needs to be laid out on a sheet of white herbarium paper. Ideally, that should be blotting paper, but blotting paper is nowadays very hard to find. The use of normal A4 paper, the problem is that it will tend to crinkle. The prepared specimen is then placed on a wad of newspaper and covered with a layer of gauze and put onto a press. This is just an example of the homemade press that Ibu Inaya has made, but any press could do the job. And then the herbarium specimen and the paper get sandwiched between newspaper. When doing the pressing, the important thing is to make sure that it's tightly tied, and to ensure that the plant is dry before opening it. And the bottom, there are 3 pictures showing the process and 1 picture showing the result here. Here are some of the specimens that we collected in Laikang. An interesting point is that this one, very elongated one, we think it might be Halophila decipiens, but we haven't identified it formally, so we haven't actually made a claim for that yet. So, in the end for that, we consider the distribution data for Halophila spinulosa are far from complete. Looking at the widespread distribution that we get, even though it's patchy, there are almost certainly as yet unreported populations. This review and herbarium should inform and spur further research on this species, and also so that we can work out distribution both macro and micro, because one interesting thing at lichen is it only occurs within a very small special area. If you go a little bit too far to the right, the left, to seaward or to landward, you get other species, but you don't get this species anymore. And as a conclusion, the herbarium specimens will be preserved in the Marine Biology Laboratory collection at the Marine Science Department in Universitas Hasanuddin, and hopefully this collection will grow with more and more interest in the subject. Thank you for your time and attention.
Okay, thank you, Abigail. Wow, what an interesting study on the from by finding out deliberately about this Halophila, probably, yeah. Okay, all right. Because of there's still not yet any questions. Oh yeah, sorry. Oh yeah, I would like to ask about the coverage area that you are that you were taking.
Do you mean the extent of the area?
Yeah, the sampling area.
Well, we sort of like walked along in the sea checking, and it was only dozens of meters each way in every direction from the central point that we were still finding this species. So it's actually quite dense, as you can see in the photo.
Yeah.
But it seems to be very localized. This indicates there's a very patchy distribution of this species.
Do you notice any how many meters from the beach?
Well, it was low tide, and at low tide we had to go about 10 meters into the sea. And
10 meters from? You mean 10 meters from the beach?
From the low tide line. Yeah, from the low tide. Yeah, it's probably about 100 meters from the high tide. And a depth that at low tide was about 75 to one and a bit meters, because it was from our waist up to our neck. And it's at high tide, so that would be about 2 meters, 2 meters and a bit.
Interestingly.
And yeah, actually, I skipped over the bit about the associations, but as you can see from the picture, although there's Enhalus in there, most of the companions are other small seagrasses, and all over the world at the places it's reported, that seems to be the pattern. It's largely associated with other small seagrasses.
Yeah.
And a very interesting point is that there are people who say it's a favorite food of dugongs, and there are other people who say it's an unfavored food of dugongs.